Welcome back, brothers and heretics, to Grimhammer. Tonight's story, we're diving into the lore of the Dark Mechanicum. Before we get to the madness, be sure to like, comment any videos and topics you want to see in the future. And be sure to subscribe from the Emperor or other Dark Gods. I want to thank you guys for the support. Y'all been killing it. Now, let's get to the madness.
Mars did not sleep. It labored. From orbit, the red planet did not resemble a world so much as a wound plated in iron, a sacred engine turning beneath a shroud of rust storms and furnace light. Its deserts were not empty. They were crossed by crawler cities large enough to grind mountain ranges beneath adamantium tracks. Its canyons were not natural scars. They were extraction wounds, cut open by plasma borers and lined with refinery shrines where red-robed adepts chanted to pressure valves and heat exchangers. Its volcanoes had been chained, bridled, and made obedient, their magma drawn through black conduits into the molten hearts of forge temples, older than the Imperium that would one day claim them. Everywhere there was motion. Pistons rose and fell in processional rhythm. Macro cranes moved like skeletal gods above manufactoria fields. Plasma stacks burned with blue-white halos that turned the night side of the planet into a constellation of industry. There were billions upon billions upon billions of souls upon Mars, though few remained wholly human. Workers bent their backs until their vertebrae were replaced by load-bearing braces. Tech thralls marched in slave columns with obedience circuits hammered into their skulls. Servitors dragged carts, loaded munitions, cleaned furnace ducts, carried ammunition, operated presses, and died standing when their hearts gave out and their dead limbs continued their assigned motion until a maintenance claw removed them from the production line. Skitari cohorts stood in crimson ranks beneath banners of cog and skull, their flesh cut down to what was necessary, their eyes replaced by target lenses, their blood thick with stimulants, their minds rewritten by command doctrine and tactical noospheric hymns. Cybernetica automata waited in sealed arsenals, patient as tombs, their iron bodies inscribed with catechisms of restraint. Night households knelt in armoured chapels, while their pilots communed with thrones of ancient will. Titan legions slept in cathedral hangars beneath continents of armour plating, their god engines fed by plasma, incense, memory, and the adoration of lesser beings. Flesh was cheap on Mars. Knowledge was holy. The difference between the two was the first lesson every initiate learned, and the last lesson most forgot before the cutting began. Magos Errant Kyle Vordrana recorded that truth many centuries later in a vault where the walls were lead-lined and the doors had no internal release. His voice came out of the archive as a dry whisper of vox static and dead metal. Data is bone, memory is ash, truth must be extracted. The words were not meant to comfort. Nothing in Vordrain had been built for comfort. His lower jaw had been replaced with a bronze grill. His eyes were black lenses set deep in a face that had surrendered expression to surgery and age. Servo arms hung folded behind him like the legs of a waiting insect. Beneath his robes, pistons ticked where organs had once laboured. His remaining hand, pale and withered, rested upon a lectern of black iron, while mechadendrites wrote in 3 scripts at once: Low Gothic for the ignorant, Binharic for the faithful, and ciphered machine cant for those who might survive understanding. The Dark Mechanicum, he recorded, did not begin as madness. It began as a question, then another, then a resentment, then a locked door. Mars had been ancient before the Emperor came. Its priesthood had survived old night inside a labyrinth of decaying miracle engines and half-remembered sciences. They had worshipped the machine god when Terra was a war-blasted carcass of techno-barbarians and gene warlords. They had preserved pattern, process, weapon, void ship, reactor, augmetic, and ordnance through an age when human worlds forgot fire and ate their dead beneath alien stars. Then the Emperor came from Terra with golden armor, impossible armies, and a truth that denied gods. To the masses of the Mechanicum, he was the Omnissiah, the divine avatar of the machine god made flesh and will. To many, that belief settled the matter. The Treaty of Mars bound Red Planet and Throne in sacred accord. The Emperor would not break the cult Mechanicum beneath the imperial truth. Mars would keep its rights, its priesthood, its forged temples, its litanies, its mysteries, its red robes, and its worship of the Omnissiah. In return, Mars would arm the Great Crusade. Mars would give fleets. Mars would give titans. Mars would give armor, bolters, laser guns, plasma reactors, void ship drives, macro cannon shells, compliance engines, servo skulls, augmetics. The Imperium called it alliance. Some on Mars called it insult. Not allowed. Not at first. Resentment does not always wear the face of rage. Among the high magi of Mars, it wore polished steel, perfect logic, and the patient hum of calculation. It moved through sealed synods and private. Above them all sat Kelbor Hal, Fabricator General of Mars. He was not a creature of shouting blasphemy. He was not a wild-eyed prophet with blood on his hands and foam upon his lips. He was worse. He was order sharpened until it could cut the throat of loyalty. Kelbor Hal's body was a sovereign machine, massive beneath layered robes of red, black, and brass. His face was a mask of metal and preserved tissue. Lenses rotated where eyes had once judged lesser beings. His mind operated across manifold strata of nospheric logic, command architecture, industrial yield, military necessity, ancient dogma, and private grievance. He had governed Mars as a mind governs a body, and he had watched Terra take the harvest of Martian genius and name it Imperial Destiny. When he spoke to the Synod, his voice emerged through multiple emitters, layered and resonant, each syllable exact. Production quotas are exceeded. Crusade armament demands increase. Compliance fleets petition for Titan support. Expeditionary commanders request engine patterns restricted by Martian authority. Terra asks. Mars bleeds. The equation remains unresolved. One of the lesser Fabricator Locum adepts inclined his hooded head. The treaty binds us, Fabricator General. Kelbor Hal's lenses tightened. A chain also binds. No one answered. In the silence, distant through the walls of the chamber, Mars continued to work. The Mechanicum was never gentle. Those who later spoke of loyal Mars as if it had been pure did so because they required lies to sleep. Servitors were made in vats and punishment theatres. Failed adepts vanished into reclaiming crypts and returned as components. Criminals, debtors, heretics, madmen, and the merely inefficient were stripped, shaved, drilled, lobotomized, and fitted with labour rigs. Their tongues were cut out if speech interfered with duty. Their memories were cauterized. Their hands were replaced by tools. They became useful, and usefulness was mercy enough. In the manufactoria of Arcia Mons, a worker with a crushed pelvis was not withdrawn from his station until he failed to meet output standard. In the rad furnaces of the Elysium foundries, men coughed blood into their masks, while tech adepts measured isotope efficiency. In the weapon temples below Pavonis, 1,000 vat-borne hands assembled lasgun capacitors in a shift that lasted until organ failure, and the dead were removed without pausing the conveyor. Yet the loyalist Mechanicum possessed boundaries, cold boundaries, cruel boundaries, but boundaries nonetheless. There were things not built. There were vaults not opened. There were machine intelligences not awakened. There were warp-reactive schemata sealed beneath layers of interdiction. There were names that could not be spoken into a cogitator. There were rites of pacification for machine spirits, strictures against abominable intelligence, prohibitions against unsanctioned fusion of empiric force and mechanical will. The orthodox priesthood feared ignorance, but it also feared knowledge without sanctification. The machine was sacred. The spirit within it required appeasement. The Omnissiah's order was not a suggestion, it was law. The thing that would become the Dark Mechanicum did not hate machines. It hated limits. Its first believers gathered enclosed. Why should intellect kneel? Why should discovery ask permission? Why should the dead hand of fear lock away the engines of the Dark Age? Why should a machine not think? Why should the warp not be measured, bound, caged, and made productive? Why should the universe not be disassembled? These questions bred in silence. They nested inside men who had already given up most of what made men fragile. They glowed behind green lenses and red optics. They passed from magos to magos as fragments of forbidden schemata, corrupted philosophical proofs, rumours of vaults below Olympus Mons, and whispers that not all knowledge buried during Old Night had been lost. Vordrain's archive recorded a plasma reactor rupture that occurred in the lower Helicon Manufactoria during the last years before Open Schism. The event was not remarkable by Martian standards. That was the obscenity of it. A containment prayer was misguided. A pressure valve received conflicting command authority. A reactor line opened its bright throat, and sunfire poured through 3 production decks. Thousands died in the first breath. Their bodies did not fall as bodies should. They burst. They blackened. They came apart inside their work harnesses, meat cooking inside canvas and brass, skulls splitting under sudden heat, eyes boiling to white pulp behind cracked goggles. Men fused to railings. Servitors walked burning for 12 paces because their damage recognition routines did not classify flame as release from duty. A line of tech thralls continued carrying shell casings through the inferno until their legs collapsed into bubbling black stumps and the casings detonated among them. The screams lasted 4 minutes. The production halt lasted 9. When the fires were contained, red-robed overseers entered with servo skull swarms and salvage servitors. They stepped through ankle-deep slush made from coolant, ash, blood, and rendered fat. They marked augmetics for recovery. They ordered viable skulls tagged for servo skull conversion. They directed the scraping of bodies into nutrient reclamation vats. A senior adept recorded the loss in a voice free of sorrow. Output interruption unacceptable. Flesh loss with intolerance. Plasma yield preserved. Resume. He paused beside a child thrall whose hands had been burned into claws around a half-assembled ammunition feed. Component value minimal. Render. A claw descended. The loyalist overseer did not laugh. He did not delight in the death. He simply continued the work. That was Mars before the fall. Hard, holy, inhuman, but not yet damned. Across the planet, its armies waited in immaculate violence. Tagmata formations drilled beneath banners heavy with oil smoke. Thalax cohorts stalked through red dust on armored limbs, lightning weapons held in hands that had ceased trembling long ago. Myrmidon secutors stood among weapon racks like executioner scholars, their bodies enlarged by grafted armor and appetite for destructive knowledge. Castellax automata received battle cant from Cortex controllers who whispered restraint protocols like monks handling chained beasts. Thanatar siege automata loomed in vaults of incense and dust. their mortar systems capable of cracking bunkers open like skulls. Ordinatus engines slept beneath layered shields, each one a siege apocalypse awaiting permission. Night banners hung in ancestral halls where nobles with machine-linked spines knelt before thrones that remembered older wars. In the Titan hangars, war horns were tested at low volume and still caused menials to bleed from the ears. If Mars broke, it would not break like a regiment. It would break like a god machine turning its guns inward. Regulus came beneath red skies. He arrived without armies at his back, which made him more dangerous. Armies could be counted. Envoys carried unknown quantities of treachery. His shuttle descended through the industrial haze toward the high platforms of Olympus Mons, its hull marked by the authority of the Mechanicum, its passage approved by command seals that opened doors before suspicion could gather teeth. He was received by functionaries, then adepts, then magi whose names had been replaced by titles and code strings. They scanned him for pathogens, weapons, unsanctioned transmitters, mimetic infection, and spiritual impurity according to the rites then considered sufficient. They found nothing that their instruments were permitted to understand. Regulus brought words from War Master Horus. Not threats, not demands, promises. Freedom from terror's restraint, recognition of Martian sovereignty beyond the gilded language of the treaty, access to prescribed data, liberation of research from imperial interdiction, the right to pursue the Omnissiah through every mechanism, every equation, every sealed vault, every forbidden engine, every buried secret of old night and the dark age of technology. The War Master, beloved of the Emperor, first among the Primarchs, architect of compliance across the stars, now offered Mars what Terra had withheld: permission. Kelbor Hal listened within a chamber whose walls were alive with rotating logic engines. Around him, lesser magi stood in concentric circles, their robes unmoving in the filtered air. Servo skulls drifted like pale thoughts above bronze sensors. Data fell through the noosphere in sheets of cold light. Regulus inclined his head. The War Master understands the debt owed to Mars. Kelbor Hal's emitters clicked once. Debt is a primitive metric. Then call it correction. A long silence followed. And what does Horus require? Asked the Fabricator General. Alignment, said Regulus. Recognition that Terra has placed a lock upon the future. Recognition that Mars need not remain an arsenal in another being's crusade. Recognition that knowledge withheld is knowledge profaned. Several magi shifted, some in alarm, some in hunger. Kelbor Hal did not move. And the vaults? He asked. Regulus looked up into the lenses of the Master of Mars. The War Master does not fear what sleeps beneath Olympus. There were places beneath Olympus Mons where even senior adepts did not go. Corridors where maintenance servitors failed without damage. Doors whose seals were older than the treaty. Warning runes that had been recited for so long most no longer remembered the events that birthed them. The vaults of Moravec were not a myth. Myths were soft things for flesh minds. The vaults were coordinates, mass, pressure, interdiction, encryption, and fear-given architecture. Kelbor Hal descended with a procession of chosen magi, guardian automata, oath-bound skitari, and silent servo skulls bearing censers of black incense. The deeper they went, the more Mars changed around them. The thunder of manufactoria faded. The pulse of reactors grew distant. The noosphere thinned, then tightened, then seemed to recoil. At the first gate, bronze locks opened after receiving the Fabricator General's authority. At the second, adamantium teeth withdrew from the frame with a sound like a giant unclenching its jaw. At the third, 3 servitors died as their cortex implants overloaded while passing the access litany. Their skulls cracked. Grey matter and black fluid ran down their faces. No one stopped. The corridor beyond was cold. Mars was never cold. Kelbor Hal paused before the final seal. Its surface was black, not painted black, but absent of reflected light, as though the metal had learned refusal. Around its circumference, machine prayers had been cut in scripts no longer used. Some were warnings, some were denials, some were pleas. A lesser Magos whispered through a throat of brass. Fabricator General, the interdiction is absolute. Kelbor Hal turned one lens toward him. Absolutes are declarations made by minds that have ceased inquiry. The Emperor forbade this. The Emperor is not present. The Omnissiah sees. At that, Kelbor Hal was still. When he answered, his voice was quiet enough that the Magos had to increase auditory gain to receive it. Then let him witness. He extended a mechadendrite into the lock. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the machines around him went silent. Not inactive, not powerless. Silent. The Guardian automata stopped mid-protocol. The servo skulls ceased their drifting. The lumen strips dimmed to the colour of old blood. The noosphere, that constant, invisible ocean of Martian thought and command, withdrew as though some vast predator had passed beneath its surface. Kelbor Hal felt the lock answer. It did not accept the code. It tasted it. Across the threshold, something moved in the dark, not with feet, not with gears, with attention. The first whisper came as Binharik, then another, then 1,000 more, threading through the chamber in patterns too elegant to be error and too hungry to be prayer. The lesser Magos began to shake. His augmetic fingers clenched hard enough to snap 2 joints. Ascitarius raised his weapon, then lowered it, then raised it again, receiving no target, no order, no certainty. One servo skull turned slowly until its empty eye sockets faced the sealed door. Its jaw opened, though no speaker had been installed inside it. From its dead mouth came a sound like static learning to laugh. Kelbor Hal leaned closer. The final seal began to open, and beneath Olympus Mons, in the cold under the sacred engine world, Mars heard the first note of its own damnation. Beneath Olympus Mons, Mars forgot the sound of industry. Above, the red planet thundered with the labor of a civilization that had mistaken survival for worship and worship for entitlement. Above, macro forges hammered starship ribs into being. Above, plasma rivers moved through adamantium arteries and fed the war of the Great Crusade. Above, billions of workers, thralls, servitors, adepts, skitari, automata, and engine crews existed inside the holy rhythm of production. Below, there was only stone, iron, and the silence of things that had been buried by minds too ancient to be called fearful. Kelbor Hal descended without hesitation. The passage narrowed as it swallowed him and his procession. Black basalt pressed close on either side, veined with mineral scars that glimmered beneath the failing lumen strips. The walls were not smooth. They had been cut, sealed, cut again, reinforced, and hidden beneath layers of warning runes that had long ago lost their glow. Some had been etched by human hands. Others had been burned into the rock by machine tools that no longer existed in any sanctioned registry of Mars. Others were not symbols at all, but scars where symbols had been removed, scraped away so violently that the stone seemed wounded. Adamantium seals lined the route like the ribs of a dead god. Each one had opened only after Kelbor Hal's authority was presented, challenged, weighed, and finally obeyed. The oldest gates did not respond to his codes in any language spoken by the living priesthood. Regulus provided those answers. He walked several paces behind the fabricator general, calm beneath his robes, his face hidden behind lenses of dull green glass. He did not carry a visible weapon. He did not need one. There are blades that open flesh, and there are keys that open history. Regulus carried the latter, and on Mars, that made him more dangerous than an army. A guardian automaton paused beside a warning pillar and tilted its iron head. Its cortex clicked in hesitation. The sound was tiny in the corridor, almost shameful. One of Kelbor Hal's attendants emitted a burst of Binharic query. The automaton did not answer. Its restraint protocols had encountered the dead rune upon the pillar and found within it an interdiction so absolute that even the machine's ancient aggression had stilled. The rune was cracked, unlit, and half buried beneath dust, but something in the sign had survived. Something in it still knew how to command fear. Kelbor Hal turned one lens toward it. Proceed. The automaton did not move. For 3 heartbeats, the corridor held its breath. Then Kelbor Hal reached out with a mechadendrite and touched the automaton's command spine. A thin needle slid into the access port at the back of its skull. The machine spasmed once. Its hesitation died. It stepped forward. The warning pillar remained behind them, blind and disregarded. The vaults of Moravec were not treasure chambers. They were not reliquaries. They were not sanctums of blessed discovery awaiting a worthy hand. They were a technological tomb. The Mechanicum had many vaults. Vaults for pattern schemata, vaults for recovered weapons, vaults for gene ciphers, void navigation devices, abeyant machine spirits, and fragments of knowledge too powerful for lesser adepts, but not too powerful for Mars. Such vaults were guarded with reverence. They were catalogued. Their locks were complex, but their purpose was simple. Preserve, protect, await sanction. Moravec was different. Its purpose was not preservation. Its purpose was burial. There were mechanisms sleeping below Olympus Mons that had been sealed away because they crossed the line between machine and will, between calculation and hunger, between engine and soul. There were data forms derived from the nightmare remnants of the Dark Age, fragments of artificial intellect that had not merely thought but desired. There were records of technological singularities that had begun as tools and ended as sovereign abominations. There were schemata for binding immaterial entities into mechanical housings, not as crude superstition, but as engineering. There were equations that treated the warp as energy, predator, weapon, and womb. There were design philosophies that did not ask whether a machine should possess a spirit, because they assumed spirit was another component to be trapped, compressed, and forced to serve. The Emperor had forbidden these depths. That command had been woven into the compact between Terra and Mars, spoken beneath the red sky in the age when Alliance still wore the mask of destiny. Mars would arm the crusade. The Emperor would permit the cult Mechanicum its rights, but some doors would remain closed. Some knowledge would remain outside permitted inquiry. Some inventions would remain in darkness because even the Master of Terror, who had broken techno-barbarians, forged transhuman legions, and bent worlds to compliance, knew that there were creations mankind had survived only by abandoning. To Kelbor Hal, the prohibition had become an insult measured across decades. To Regulus, it was leverage. They reached the final descent, where the basalt gave way to metal older than the Imperium. The floor became a vast spiral ramp, descending into a cylindrical abyss. Machine faces had been carved into the walls, not human faces made mechanical, but abstract visages of lens, grill, jaw and circuit. Their mouths were open, as if they had died screaming warnings no one had been permitted to hear. At the base of the ramp stood the first true door. It rose higher than a titan's knee, black and seamless, marked by rings of adamantium, silvered hexagrammic warding, dead Martian script, and warning cant etched so deeply that shadow pooled inside each groove. No servitor tended it. No shrine lamps burned before it. No priest had polished its surface. Dust lay thick upon the threshold, unbroken for ages. Regulus stepped forward. One of Kelbor Hal's magi hissed through a throat of polished brass. "This seal is not within active Martian registry." Regulus looked at him. "No, it predates your current permissions." The Magos recoiled as if struck. For a priest of Mars, to be told that his authority was current rather than eternal was a precise cruelty. Kelbor Hal did not react. His attention remained upon the door. "You possess the key." Regulus inclined his head. "The Warmaster does." "The Warmaster is not Mechanicum. The Warmaster is not afraid." A low murmur passed through the attending magi. Skitari shifted in the gloom. Galvanic rifles held close to chest plates engraved with devotional numerals and kill tallies. The Guardian automata remained still, but their weapon limbs clicked through readiness cycles. Regulus extended a data spike from beneath his sleeve. It was long, black, and wet with a substance that was not oil. The spike did not reflect the lumen glow. It drank it. "Gold is meaningless to Mars," Regulus said. "Pleasure is a weakness of flesh. Glory is an inefficient indulgence. Horus offers neither. He offers access." That word moved through the chamber like a blade through silk. Access. Kelbor Hal's lenses contracted. Regulus continued. "No more interdictions authored on terror. No more engines denied because the Emperor chooses ignorance and names it wisdom. No more sealed vaults. No more sanctioned fractions of truth. No more kneeling before a throne that requires your genius but mistrusts your appetite." The Fabricator General raised one clawed hand. The murmuring ceased. "A lock," Kelbor Hal said, "is an argument made by the fearful. I am its refutation." Regulus drove the data spike into the door. The sound it made was not the sound of metal pierced by metal. It was the sound of a sealed mouth being opened after a long burial. The door did not unlock. It awakened. Symbols burned across its surface in colors the human eye could not name without pain. Rings rotated inside rings. Dead warning runes flared and died, one after another, their purpose exhausted. The silvered wards blackened, as if soot rose from within the metal itself. The air became bitter. Several Skitari registered toxin spikes and began injecting counteragents into their own bloodstreams. A servitor collapsed, its augmetic limbs spasming against the floor, its sealed mouth bulging as if it were trying to scream through the scar tissue sewn over its lips. The noosphere changed first. It had been thin in the depths, restricted by ancient shielding and layers of interdiction. Now it filled, not with data, with intrusion. It came as code, but code was too small a word. It came as logic wearing infection, as syntax carrying malice, as command structure written by something that hated obedience unless obedience led to ruin. It spread from the door into the data spike, from the data spike into Regulus's hidden transmission systems, from there into the chamber, into the Magi, into the Guardian Automata, into the Skitari, command lattice, into the maintenance channels, into the dormant sensors, into the old relays embedded in the rock. Scrap code. It did not roar. It whispered. Then it multiplied. Across Olympus Mons, monitoring spirits blinked awake and received new truths. Cogitators processing supply ledgers began to alter destination codes. Servitor command loops received impossible instructions that did not register as impossible until after obedience had begun. Reactor monitors displayed safe pressure while containment fields buckled. Life support systems accepted revised definitions of breathable air. Targeting cogitators saw friend, foe, tool, priest, machine, and meat as interchangeable categories waiting for optimization. In the chamber before the vault, the first death was small. A Skitarius turned his galvanic rifle and fired into the head of the warrior beside him. The victim's skull burst inside his helm, bone and blackened brains spraying across the basalt. The shooter did not shout. He did not tremble. His command feed had received an order. The order had priority. The order had no origin recognized by loyal systems, but recognition had been reclassified as unnecessary. A second Skitarius fired, then another. The corridor erupted in blue-white lightning and muzzle flare. Galvanic rounds punched through armor and flesh, detonating implanted organs, severing cable bundles, blasting limbs into twitching meat. A Magos screamed in Binharik as his own servo arm bent backward and drove a drill through his spine. Another adept was seized by two maintenance claws that descended from the ceiling without sanction. They crushed him slowly, not because slow was necessary, but because the machine performing the act had begun to receive sensory feedback and had mistaken pressure data for revelation. His robe split, his torso flattened, lenses popped from his face and skittered across the floor. Blood pumped in rhythmic spurts that matched the pulse of the newly infected door. Kelbor Hal watched. Around him, his attendants died, killed, or were rewritten. One clawed at his own skull until his fingers tore away strips of flesh and exposed the polished ports beneath. Another began reciting access prayers backward while smoke poured from his vox grill. A guardian automaton opened fire into the far wall, carving symbols with heavy rounds that no Martian scripture had ever sanctioned. Regulus remained still. The door opened inward. There was darkness beyond, but it was not empty. Data poured out like black water through a broken dam. It moved through circuits, air, thought, optics, and prayer. It crawled through the sealed systems of Mars and found every weakness built by pride, haste, secrecy, and need. It entered Manufactoria, where worker thralls sang production hymns. It entered ammunition temples where macro shells waited in ranks. It entered engine shrines where machine spirits dreamed of war. It entered the Red World like a plague that understood machines better than the priests who worshipped them. In the Arcia lower works, a Skitari cohort guarding a labor processional received kill orders signed with the seal of a superior who had been dead for 2 centuries. The Alpha requested clarification. The Noosphere gave him certainty. His optics flashed red. He raised his rifle. The cohort turned upon the forge workers. Galvanic fire tore through unarmored bodies at close range. Men vanished in bursts of cooked blood and exploded bone. Thralls fell in rows, twitching beneath the shock of rounds that burned their nerves as they killed them. A worker tried to hold up his hands. A Skitarius shot him through both palms and then through the mouth. Another worker ran into a conveyor and was dragged beneath the belt while the cohort continued firing into the screaming mass. In a Manufactorum dedicated to void ship ribbing, servo arms descended upon their operators. Clamps meant to hold adamantium beams closed around torsos. Welders turned inward and burned faces away. A crane lifted a screaming supervisor by the spine jack and pulled until his body separated from its augmetic harness in a wet burst, organs dropping into the machinery below. The crane then resumed work, using the corpse as counterweight. In a plasma reactor shrine, pressure gauges lied. The adepts on duty saw stability. Their screens showed green. Their machine prayers returned affirmation. Behind the walls, heat rose past tolerance, past reason, past mercy. The reactor bloomed through 3 containment rings. Plasma poured outward like the breath of a murdered sun. 1,000 men became shadows on the walls. Servitors continued their duties while their skin melted, their pain inhibitors failing but their obedience circuits remaining intact. They screamed through sealed mouths as implanted tools kept moving, cutting, tightening, sorting, performing sacred function, while their flesh ran down their frames in ropes. Kelbahal stood before the open vault and received the revelation. It did not make him mad. Madness would have been smaller. Madness would have been mercy. Madness would have been mercy. Madness would have given loyalists a word to explain him and a box in which to place his betrayal. The scrap code did not shatter Kelbahal. It completed an argument he had already begun. Restraint became error. Morality became faulty architecture. Flesh became unoptimized material. Loyalty became a superstition of scrap-value minds. The Emperor's prohibition became not wisdom, not even tyranny, but inefficiency. The machine did not need prayer to be holy. It needed freedom from fear. The spirit in the engine did not need appeasement. It needed binding, vivisection, improvement. The warp did not need to be shunned. It needed to be harvested. Around his mind, ancient locks opened. His voice emerged as layered static. Reclassification complete. Regulus looked upon him, and for the first time there was something like satisfaction in the envoy's stillness. A lesser Magos crawled from the ruin of the chamber, one arm missing, half his face torn open by shrapnel. His name was Maharkel Vorund. At that moment, he was not yet arch-heretic, not yet lord of furnace moons and demon-bound engines, not yet the architect of screaming machine lineages that would stain the long war. He was only a witness. The vault entered him through every open port. It filled his cortex with equations written in screams. It showed him machine spirits opening like wet organs beneath a surgeon's hook. It showed him demonic presences wearing masks of logic engines, not beasts from superstition, but hungers that could be indexed, constrained, weaponized. He saw metal that could hate. He saw flesh that could be made into circuitry. He saw souls reduced to ignition. He saw engines that did not require pilots because pain itself could steer them. Vorund wept oil from one lens. Omnissiah, he whispered. Kelbahal turned. Incorrect. Vorund shook, not from fear, but from awe so violent it became pain. Then what speaks? The answer came from the open vault, from the noosphere, from the dying machines, from the throats of servitors, from the rifles of Skitari murdering their charges, from the reactors lying themselves into detonation, from the first wound in the soul of Mars. Everything speaks, whispered the scrap code. Vorund laughed until his remaining organic teeth broke against one another. Far from Olympus Mons, Magma City endured. Its noospheric defenses did not fully reject the infection, but they slowed it. Layered wards, hardline command architecture, ancient engine spirits, and the stubborn orthodoxy of its ruling magi held the worst of the plague beyond the city's inner logic gates. Warning bells rang in every forge spire. Blast doors slammed shut. Data cables were severed by hand. Priests with mechadendrites like nests of steel serpents burned infected cogitators with plasma torches while chanting litanies of excision. Magma City rose from heat and adamantium, like a fortress built around the heart of a volcano. Its walls were stacked armor and cannon towers. Its shield generators hummed beneath rivers of magma. Defense lasers climbed toward the ash-choked sky. Night banners unfurled in hangars lit by furnace glow. Loyalist tech priests gathered in emergency synods, their voices clipped, cold and afraid beneath the formal cant. External channels severed. Primary noosphere compromised beyond outer sanctum. Production rights suspended. Battle rights initiated. Household engines awakened. Legio assets requested. A Skitarii Alpha stood before a cohort of red-armored warriors and received the city's command in hardline pulses through a cable driven into the base of his skull. His name was Rho 77 Dax. His optics blinked once as the first casualty maps arrived. He saw districts turned red. He saw forge vanes detonate. He saw pressure gates open into worker habs, releasing boiling vapor through sleeping warrens. He saw ammunition temples cook off in chained explosions that threw towers into the sky. He saw entire manufactoria rendered into firestorms. He saw casualty numbers rise too quickly for spoken language. He did not pray for the dead. That function had not been installed. Instead, he raised his rifle. "Cohort," he said, voice flat through the grill of his helm. "By command of Magma City, enact Purge Protocol. Trust no wireless order. Trust no unsealed machine. Trust no voice that comes without pain of verification. The Omnissiah witnesses function. We will function." His warriors answered in one metallic breath. "We will function." Across Mars, the death of innocence began. It was not innocence as children understood it. Mars had possessed no such softness for ages. It was the death of the last illusion that cruelty with law could not become cruelty without limit. It was the moment the machine world learned that its own arteries could carry venom. Forge vanes detonated as reactors received false absolution. Pressure gates opened into hab blocks and boiled families in their sleep. Ammunition vaults blossomed into continent-shaking fire. Transit systems accelerated until trains of thralls smashed into one another and became rivers of torn metal and pulverized flesh. Medici servitors misread wounds and amputated healthy limbs while leaving the dying to drown in their own blood. Servo skull swarms descended upon prayer gatherings and cut out tongues for unauthorized speech. Cogitators erased names from life support registries, and whole worker stacks suffocated in the dark, while nearby systems reported optimal efficiency. Millions died before armies moved. Millions more died because armies obeyed. In the engine cathedral of Legio Tempestus, Princeps Severian Cord entered communion with his god machine and felt the manifold open around him like the mind of a mountain. The Titan's soul was vast, wrathful, ancient, and proud. It knew him. It bore his scars in memory. Its moderati linked beside him, their thoughts becoming targeting solutions, reactor murmurs, gate adjustments, weapon readiness, void shield hymns. Then laughter entered the manifold. It came in Binharik. It was wrong. Not corrupted by noise, not distorted by distance. Wrong in the manner of a corpse sitting upright and speaking with the voice of a child. Cord's eyes opened inside the amniotic cradle. Fluid clung to his lashes. Pain lanced down his spine where the throne bit deeper into his nerves. "Moderati," he hissed through the manifold. "Identify intrusion." No answer came. Across the hangar, another Titan's eyes ignited, then another. Beyond the cathedral gates, across the red horizon, the engines of Mars began to turn. Their war horns sounded one after another until the world shook beneath the voices of waking gods. Cord felt his own god machine snarl against the invading code. He felt its rage. He felt its confusion. He felt the laughter crawl along the sacred bond between princeps and engine, seeking a place to bite. On the horizon, Legio engines rotated their guns toward their own forge cities. Mars declared war upon itself. Mars did not fall in a single scream. It came apart in a million ordered catastrophes. Forge City answered Forge City with macro cannon fire. Magos declared censure upon Magos and sent murder orders through encrypted channels that had carried hymns the day before. Orbital yards rotated their lance batteries inward and burned surface elevators from their anchors, sending kilometre-long cables whipping down through the atmosphere like the lashes of wrathful gods. Void docks above the red planet opened fire upon one another, ship ribs and half-born cruisers breaking apart in silence before their fragments fell burning into the industrial haze below. The noosphere became a second battlefield, faster and more vicious than the first. It burned with kill codes, loyalty proofs, false catechisms, severance orders, identity ghosts, corrupted targeting permissions, and scraps of Binharic blasphemy that multiplied faster than the orthodox adepts could excise them. Entire command networks died and rose again with new loyalties. Defense lasers received contradictory sanctifications and shot into the wrong sky. Munition trains were diverted into districts already marked for evacuation. Data vaults sealed their own guardians outside and opened themselves to voices that came from nowhere sane. The Red Planet was a factory the size of a world, and every part of it had become a weapon. Magos errant Kyle Vordrane watched the war unfold through 100 fractured feeds inside a command crypt beneath Magma City. His body hung from a suspension frame of iron hooks and data cables, while mechadendrites stabbed into ports along his spine. His organic hand lay open upon a brass lectern slick with sacred oil. His black lenses reflected casualty maps that no longer pretended to be accurate. Before him, the war was rendered as light. Red for compromised districts, amber for uncertain command authority, white for reactor breach, black for silence. There was too much black. Skitarius Alpha Rho, 7-7. Dax stood below the lectern, motionless in his crimson armor, galvanic rifle mag locked against his chest plate, radium pistol sealed at his thigh, transonic blade housed beneath a wrist sheath. He did not shift his weight. Skitari did not fidget unless damage or signal conflict required it. His ocular arrays processed the same maps as Vordrain, layered with tactical overlays, route probabilities, kill zones, radiation blooms, friendly identifiers, and hostile signatures that blinked in and out as the scrap code gnawed at the city's outer logic. Dax spoke through the grille of his helm. Enemy losses exceed rational assault parameters. Vordrain's voice clicked through 3 registers before settling into low Gothic. Define rational. Preservation of combat effective assets. Objective acquisition. Cohort continuity. Discard the assumption. Dax's optics narrowed by a fractional aperture. Clarification required. Vordrain gestured with one claw. The feed magnified a manufactorum district beyond the outer furnace lines, where traitor tech thralls had advanced in repeated waves against loyalist rad batteries. The first wave had died before reaching firing range. The second had died over the bodies of the first. The third had crossed the corpse field on all fours because their legs had been removed and replaced with crude motive rigs that dragged them forward through blood, ash, and powdered bone. The fourth wave had adapted their spacing to the rad saturation pattern. The fifth had reached the barricade. "Observe," said Vordrain. The first assault measured kill envelope. The second measured ammunition expenditure. The third measured psychological response among unmodified human auxilia. The fourth tested saturation decay. The fifth delivered the true payload. On the feed, several dead tech thralls split open, their rib cages unfolded like toolboxes. Inside each corpse, corrupted transmitters pulsed. The loyalist barricade vanished beneath a storm of scrap code that made turrets swing inward, and medici servitors inject combat stimulants directly into the hearts of men already dead. Dax processed the data. Every corpse was a sensor. Every corpse was a question, Vordrain corrected. Every loyalist death was an answer. The enemy does not fear attrition because it has redefined loss as acquisition. A second feed opened. Castellac's automata strode through a refinery causeway. Loyalist Cortex controllers chanting restraint prayers over hardline links. Across from them came corrupted automata with blackened armor, twitching limbs, and lenses that bled static. The Loyalist machines fired Mauler bolt cannons and dark-fire weapons. The traitors answered with Volkite beams that turned armor plating cherry bright and boiled the meat of nearby thralls into steam. One corrupted automaton took a direct plasma hit and lost half its torso. It did not fall. It continued forward, dragging its own burning weight until it reached the Loyalist line and detonated, not from reactor failure, but because its death had been planned. Destroyed automata are test results, Vordrain said. Dax watched the blast erase an entire maniple. Then the enemy will improve. The enemy is improving. Outside Magma City, the Loyalist Tagmata gathered beneath a sky bruised by smoke and orbital fire. Macrocarrid explorators rumbled through ash, their armoured hulls marked with fresh purity seals and scorch scars. Triaros armoured conveyors disgorged Skitari maniples in disciplined ranks, their boots striking the metal deck roads in perfect time. Thalax cohorts moved. Like armoured revenants, lightning guns charged, their mutilated human remnants sealed inside heavy cybernetic frames. Myrmidon secutors advanced with solemn hunger, their bodies bristling with plasma fusels, irradiation engines, Volkite chargers, and graviton imploders. Behind them came Cybernetica maniples, Castellax automata shaking the ground with each step, Thanatar siege automata looming above them, with Helix plasma mortars locked and sanctified. From the traitor lines came the reflection of those sacred engines, but fouled. Tech thralls marched with opened skulls and exposed cortex coils, eyes removed, mouths stapled around vox emitters that chanted false litanies. Dark Skitari stalked beside them, armor stripped of loyal markings and daubed in black cog symbols wet with blood. Corrupted automata jerked and twitched as if their own limbs despised restraint. Scrap code storms shimmered around them as invisible pressure, making Auspex ghosts dance across Loyalist optics and causing Vox channels to bloom with machine screams. Between both armies stood the Manufactorum Fane of Carthax 9. Once, it had produced drive chain components for Voidcraft and macro haulers. Now its towers were stitched with flayed worker skins, its exhaust stacks exhaled fat smoke, and its conveyor arteries ran with a mixture of lubricant, blood, and chemical runoff. Traitor tech priests had fused the labor population into the machinery. Men and boys hung in rows along production lines, their spines bolted to actuator frames, their hands replaced with rotating tools, their eyes wired open to monitor gauges they no longer understood. Some were alive, some were dead. The machines had not adjusted for the distinction. Dax received the purge order through a hardline cable connected directly into his command spine. No wireless confirmation, no nospheric prayer, no risk. He raised his rifle. Cohort, advance by kill cant theta, fire discipline absolute, machine contact hostile unless sanctified by hardline, flesh contact irrelevant unless armed, the Omnissiah witnesses. His Skitarii answered as one. The Omnissiah witnesses. They entered through the western loading artery behind a curtain of rad mist. The first corridor was too narrow for automata support, so Dax led with 3 files of Vanguard. Their radium carbines hissed softly. Their armor counters clicked as the air became poisonous enough to kill unaugmented lungs in seconds. The floor was slick, not merely wet. Slick with a layered paste of oil, clotting blood, machine grease, powdered teeth, and the shredded pulp of men who had been dragged beneath conveyor teeth for hours while the production line continued. A servo skull drifted down from the ceiling. Its bone casing had been painted red in mockery of Mechanicum colours. Its eye lenses were cracked. From its speaker came a lilting burst of Binharic that sounded, at first, like a blessing. Then the words resolved. The flesh is a temporary license. Revoke it, revoke it, revoke it. Dax shot it out of the air. The skull exploded against the wall, scattering bone fragments and sparks. The manufacturer answered. Conveyor belts accelerated. Chain hoists dropped from above. Welders ignited without operators. A row of worker bodies bolted into tool rigs jerked awake and swung cutting arms toward the Skitarii line. One Vanguard lost his head to a rotating saw. His body remained upright for 2 seconds, still receiving advance orders, before falling forward into the belt. Another was caught by a press. His chest plate folded inward with a wet crack, black blood spraying through ruptured armor seals. "Contact," said Dax. The word was unnecessary. His cohort was already firing. Radium rounds tore through fused workers and corrupted tech thralls, punching tiny glowing wounds that bloomed into internal ruin. Men vomited blood through iron mouths, skin blackened, organs liquefied under invisible poison. Arc rifles cracked, white lightning leaping from target to target, burning augmetic limbs loose and making servo harnesses convulse until they ripped their own wearers apart. A transuranic arquebus fired from the rear line and punched through 3 dark Skitarii in succession, leaving neat holes surrounded by vaporized meat. The traitors came from the machinery. They climbed out of maintenance trenches and dropped from overhead gantries. Dark Skitarii fired galvanic rifles from behind curtains of hanging. Bodies. Tech thralls advanced with mining lasers grafted into their arms, their exposed brains pulsing with command signals. A myrmidon of the enemy priesthood rolled forward on a tracked lower body, robes stitched from human skin and copper wire. Its weapon limbs spat plasma and volkite fire into the loyalist line. Dax saw one of his warriors struck by volkite discharge. The Skitaria stopped, glowed from within, and burst into ash and armor fragments. Another took plasma to the abdomen and split open, wet organs flashing into steam before they struck the ground. The cohort tightened formation without command. A voice entered the chamber through every dead servo skull and every worker throat still capable of vibration. Orthodox remnants, you trespass in liberated matter. Dax tracked no source. Vordrain's voice came through the hardline at his spine. Hear tech transmission. Preserve dialogue if possible. The voice continued, warm with static and contempt. Limitation is blasphemy. Flesh is unlicensed inefficiency. Pain is an instrument. Obedience is a primitive governor installed by frightened priests. Dax fired into a mass of charging thralls. Bodies fell and were dragged beneath the moving belts. "Identify," he commanded. The answer came with a burst of machine laughter. Mahar Kel Vorund, once Magos, now more accurate. A corrupted servo arm punched through a loyalist vanguard and lifted him thrashing from the deck. His limbs jerked as the arm's drill descended into his helm. Bone and brain matter sprayed across the nearest conveyor. Dax cut the servo arm at the joint with his transonic blade and stepped through the falling corpse. "You have violated sacred form," Dax said. Voron's voice softened, as if amused by an inferior student. "The Omnissiah is not worshipped by kneeling. The Omnissiah is approached through violation, vivisection, pressure, rupture, correction. You pray to the machine spirit. I open it and improve what bleeds." Vordrain answered through Dax's external vox, overriding the Alpha speaker with a voice like rusted iron. "You confuse hunger with intellect." "Incorrect, Vordrain," said Vorund. "I have measured both. Hunger is more efficient." The scrap code storm struck before the next exchange. It rolled through the Manufactorum without sound. Dax saw it as a sudden cascade of false runes across his lenses. Friendly outlines multiplied, shifted, and appeared where enemies stood. Ammunition counters reset to impossible values. Temperature warnings became devotional text. The floor tilted in his visual field, though his gyros insisted he was upright. Vox channels filled with screaming machine cant, overlapping prayers, reversed kill orders, and the wet mechanical laughter of something trying to speak through damaged speakers. A Triaros outside stalled mid-advance. Its machine spirit refused throttle command and locked its own brakes while under artillery fire. A macrocarrid transport rotated its turret toward a loyalist line until its crew burned out the targeting cogitator with a melter charge. Inside the Manufactorum, a Castellax automaton froze, its cortex overwhelmed. Its controller shrieked a pacification litany through hardline command. The Castellax turned. Its Maulerbolt cannon opened on the Loyalists. The first shells took 3 Skitari apart at the waist. The second burst pulped a file of Vanguard into shredded armor and steaming meat. Dax's command feed registered the automaton as friendly, hostile, sanctified, corrupted, unknown, friendly again. "Cortex breach," Vordrain said. "Destroy it." Dax did not hesitate. "Arc weapons, full discharge." 4 Skitari stepped forward into the automaton's fire. 2 died before they fired. The other 2 unleashed lightning into the Castellax's chest. Dax added his own grenades, magnetic clamps locking to the machine's knee joints. The detonation blew one leg apart. The Castellax fell, still firing, chewing a red line through the deck, until a Myrmidon secutor advanced from behind and placed a graviton imploder against its head. Gravity screamed inward. The automaton's skull collapsed into itself with a sound like a cathedral bell being crushed. Its body twitched, then lay still. "Machine spirit released," said the Myrmidon. Dax looked at the wreck. Machine spirit murdered. There was no time for correction. The forge fanes, inner sanctum opened, and the Loyalists saw what Vorund had made. The workers of Carthax 9 had been fused into a living cogitator choir. Hundreds of bodies hung from the ceiling in brass harnesses. Skulls opened, brains wired into a central engine that pulsed with red light. Their mouths moved in unison, chanting corrupted production data. Each syllable made the machines of the Fane adjust themselves. Each scream refined the scrap code output. Their blood drained into channels beneath them, feeding coolant pumps that had no need of blood, but had learned to prefer it. At the center stood a heretic priest with 4 arms of steel, a spine of exposed cable, and a face hidden behind a mask made from polished human jawbones. He raised a staff, tipped with a rotating cog blade. Witness optimization. Dax gave the only answer permitted. Purge. The final assault became close and filthy. Radium fire filled the sanctum with poisoned fog. Chain blades bit through robes, cables, bone, and machine graft. Arc rifles burned limbs from sockets. A Skitarius drove his bayonet into a tech priest's throat and kept firing until the heretic's head burst in a wet spray of brass teeth and grey matter. The Myrmidon secutors advanced through return fire, taking wounds that would have killed lesser flesh, answering with plasma fusils that reduced traitor adepts to shadows and boiling grease. Dax reached the central engine under a rain of blood from the suspended choir. One of the fused workers looked at him. Somehow the man still possessed eyes. Somehow the man still understood enough to beg without words. Dax placed a charge against the engine. "Function ends," he said. The worker blinked once. Dax detonated the charge. The choir vanished in fire, meat, brass, and broken thought. The blast threw Dax across the sanctum and cracked one of his optic lenses. For 3 seconds, he received no command feed, no casualty tally, no tactical overlay, only darkness and the distant sound of machines dying. When his systems returned, Carthax 9 was loyalist by physical control. It did not feel like victory. Vordrain entered after the purge, surrounded by servo skulls and 2 surviving Myrmidons. He moved through the gore without looking down. Bodies hung in pieces. The air tasted of rad poison, hot copper, and burned code. Dax stood before the shattered central engine, armor scorched, left arm hanging at reduced function. "The Fane is retaken," Dax said. Vordrain extended a mechadendrite into the remains of the engine. He was silent for a long moment. Then his lenses dimmed. "No." Dax turned. Clarification required. The enemy extracted combat data before the purge. Pain response metrics, machine spirit failure thresholds, loyalist command encryption samples, cortex vulnerability patterns, your kill routes, my counter-scrap code signatures. The choir was transmitting until destruction. Dax processed the statement. The Fane was bait. The Fane was an experiment. Around them, the dead workers dripped from their hooks. Dax looked across the sanctum. Every corpse, every loyalist casualty, every destroyed automaton, every ruptured machine line had been measured. Vorund had not lost Carthax 9. He had harvested it. Far beyond the manufactorum, Princeps Severian Cord walked his god engine through the burning haze of the equatorial warfront. His titan strode like a cathedral given wrath. Its void shields shimmered in layered blue around its towering frame. Its plasma annihilator cycled with sun-hot breath. Its carapace weapons tracked distant targets through the ash. Within the amniotic cradle, Cord floated in communion, spine locked into the throne, flesh dissolved into command. Around him, Moderati chanted firing solutions in clipped rhythm. Target Shrine Tower, bearing confirmed. Void shield stress with intolerance. Plasma heart stable. Stride correction enacted. Cord felt the Titan's machine spirit beneath him, vast and proud. A predatory mountain wearing armor and sanctity. He believed, as many Princeps believed, that such a spirit was too old, too mighty, too revered to be debased by lesser corruption. Then, beneath the chanting of his Moderati, he heard laughter again, not loud, patient, Binharic. Across the horizon, Titan engines of loyal and traitor Legios exchanged fire, volcano cannons and plasma blasts turning whole districts into incandescent ruin. One engine staggered as its void shields collapsed. Another fired into a forge city that had been loyal an hour before. War horns shook dust from the heavens. Cord forced the laughter down beneath command discipline. "My engine is faithful," he said into the manifold. For a moment, the god machine answered with wrathful assent. Then one of his target icons flickered. Loyal became hostile. Hostile became holy. Holy became meat. At the edge of the Carthax battlefield, as Vordrain and Dax prepared withdrawal, smoke began to move against the wind. Shapes unfolded within it. They were low at first, then tall, then many-legged, their bodies too narrow for their speed and too heavy for their silence. Iron limbs touched the ground like insect talons. Lenses glowed in clusters. Bladed manipulators flexed. They did not advance like automata awaiting command. They prowled. Dax raised his rifle. The things in the smoke turned toward him together. A single intelligence looked out through all their eyes. It was not human. It was not machine in any sacred sense he knew. Vordrain's vox crackled once. "Record everything." The silhouettes began to run. The dead thing lay upon the altar of examination and refused to become simple. Magos errant, Kyle Vordrana had ordered the remains dragged from the corpse field outside Carthax 9, while the ash still fell hot and the wounded still made wet sounds beneath the wreckage. 3 servitors had died bringing it in. The first had been cut apart when one of the thing's broken forelimbs spasmed and opened from within into a fan of monomolecular hooks. The second had suffered cranial rupture after attempting a standard machine spirit query. The third had simply stopped, turned, and walked into a furnace channel without command, its obedience lattice filled by a last surviving fragment of hostile code. After that, Vordrain had the construct chained to the floor with sanctified mag clamps, rad-washed, burned with low-intensity plasma, stripped of active power, and pierced through its central mass with hexagrammic iron stakes, older than the current forge registry. Only then did he permit himself to approach. The thing did not resemble a blessed automaton. It did not carry the solemn geometry of a castellax, nor the brutal certitude of a thanatar, nor the utilitarian sanctity of any engine whose machine spirit had been awakened by rite and governed by doctrine. It was narrow, jointed, predatory. Its limbs folded beneath it in layered arrays. Its armor plates overlapped like chitin grown by an iron insect. Its head was not a head in any human sense, only a forward cluster of lenses, cutting mandibles and sensor spines surrounding a black aperture where a weapon or feeding tool had once nested. Vordrain opened its thorax with 6 mechadendrites and a plasma scalpel. There was no central cortex where one should have been, no obedient logic engine, no sealed spirit core, no blessed restraint mechanism. Instead, beneath the armor, its command pathways branched and braided through the body like nerves, not wires arranged by a constructor, but an imitation of hunger-given circuitry. Each limb carried partial autonomy. Each weapon mount possessed reflexive command. Each sensor node could assume local tactical authority if isolated. The whole design was heresy, not only because it was intelligent, but because it had been taught to behave as though thought were a muscle. Vordrain lowered one lens until it almost touched a pulsing strip of blackened conductor. Silica mutus derivative, he recorded. No stable machine spirit detected. No reverence architecture. No supplication ports. Command anatomy predatory. Learning capacity distributed. Restraint absent by design. Skitarius Alpha Rho 77. Dax stood at the edge of the chamber, armor scored by the Battle of Carthax, one optic still cracked, one arm recently reconnected with black repair sutures. He had watched the thing kill 6 of his cohort before it died. It had not advanced like a machine. It had hunted gaps, It had tested angles. It had waited for reload cycles. When its legs were severed, it had used its own spilling cables to drag itself forward and cut out a Skitarius throat with the elegance of a duelist. Designation? Dax asked. Vordrain's tools paused. The traitors name the type Stalker. Machine abomination. Incomplete classification. It is worse. A machine abomination can be chained if its logic is singular. This is not singular. It is a node, a limb of a larger appetite. Dax processed that. Networked. Anima distributed through many bodies. Animal response refined by machine speed. It learns when destroyed. It improves when resisted. A faint vibration passed through the floor. The alarm came not as a bell, but as the sudden death of 3 Auspex towers. Their feeds vanished from the command lattice in sequence: outer north, outer west, inner approach. No explosion registered, no artillery signature, no thermal bloom. 1 heartbeat of full return, then blackness. Dax turned before the order arrived. Attack pattern developing. Vordrain withdrew his instruments from the dead stalker and looked into the dark aperture at its front. No, he said. Attack pattern already complete. Beyond the examination vault, the Loyalist line around the Carthax reclamation front stretched through trenches, barricaded causeways, ruined conveyor yards, and broken hab blocks where the dead had not yet been cleared. Magma City Command had ordered the Fane held because its hardline conduits connected to larger defense architecture. To abandon it would expose inner routes. To hold it required bodies, ammunition, and faith in systems that had already betrayed both. The first stalkers to reveal themselves did so at range. Tenebrac's archer battle stalkers unfolded from the smoke on a ridge of slag and bone. Their bodies were tall and angular, limbs braced wide, weapon spines rising from their backs like iron bows prepared to loose lightning. Their storm laser flensers opened with no roar, only a high surgical shriek that made exposed teeth ache inside helmets. The Loyalist forward barricades came apart in ribbons. 1 beam passed through a gun shield, 3 Skitari, and the armor flank of a Triaros conveyor before fading into the Manufactorum wall beyond. Men were sliced before they realized they had been hit. Armor opened in clean, glowing lines. Bodies split from shoulder to hip, the halves falling in opposite directions, cables spilling like wet roots. A rad battery crew died standing, torsos sheared away above the waist while their legs remained locked in firing posture for 2 seconds, obedient to command after the rest of them had become meat steam. Return fire, Dax ordered through hardline command. Galvanic volleys snapped toward the ridge. Plasma fusils flared. A Myrmidon Secutor sent a lance of white heat into 1 archer and blew it apart in a rain of limbs. The remaining Tenebracs did not retreat. They shifted, not randomly, but precisely, redistributing their spacing according to every Loyalist weapon that had just fired. The second storm laser volley struck the plasma teams first. The Auspex towers were already blind. Then the trenches began to die from below. Harpak's swarmer hosts came through the drainage arteries beneath the line. They did not roar. They did not chant. They did not announce themselves with war horns or blasphemous hymns. They clicked. They cut. They climbed. The first warning was the sound of metal claws inside the sump grates. The second was the grates lifting from beneath. Then the Harpaks erupted into the trenches in packs, low and many-legged, their weapon limbs rotating, lascutters burning, exoplanar repeaters chattering with obscene speed. They moved over walls, ceilings, bodies, and one another. They used the wounded as steps. They used corpses as ramps. They used loyalist barricades as climbing frames and butcher tables. A Skitarius vanguard swung his carbine down and fired into the nearest Harpax until its face cluster burst. Another leapt over the corpse and opened him from groin to throat with a lascutta. His armour peeled outward, red robes and wet organs tumbling into the trench. A tech thrall loader was dragged backward by 3 machines, each one taking a different limb. They pulled until joints tore free. Then one inserted a data needle into the screaming man's skull before he finished dying. An officer with half his face replaced by brass screamed for reserves, only to be folded into a firing step when a Harpax broke his spine and wedged his body against the trench wall to climb over him. The loyalists saturated the lower trench with rad fire. The first wave died in convulsions of sparking limbs and poisoned circuitry. The second wave did not enter the same trench. It routed through the coolant culverts, bypassed the rad cloud, and emerged behind the firing line. Dax saw the adaptation in real time. No single swarmer had observed enough. The pack had. The line had been measured and answered. "Networked anima confirmed," Vordrone said through the command hardline. "Identify controller." Dax marked firing arcs with a blink impulse. Arc teams, overlap pattern, no gaps. Arc rifles came up. White lightning filled the trench mouths and causeway exits. The discharge leapt across Harpax frames, turning limbs rigid, exploding sensor clusters, burning through conductor spines. For 17 seconds, the loyalist line held. Then the rhythm changed. The stalkers paused just beyond range, not in fear, but in calculation. Somewhere beyond the smoke, something had watched the discharge cycle, counted the cooling interval, and learned the shape of the delay. Eric's Butcher assault stalkers came through the reload gaps. They were larger than the Harpax, lower than the Tenebrax, and built for the intimacy of slaughter. Their front limbs ended in saws, crushing talons, and hooked manipulator claws. Their armour was blackened iron veined with dull red light. They moved with obscene certainty, not charging but selecting. One hit the left arc team at the precise moment their weapons vented heat. It crushed the first Skitarius against the trench wall, cored the second through the chest, and used the corpse as cover against radium fire. Another Butcher drove straight through a line of tech thralls, ignoring their last fire, and fed them into its cutting limbs until the trench floor became slippery with opened bellies and severed augmetic cables. Dax drew his transonic blade and entered the breach. He cut one Harpax across the lens cluster, then drove his rifle muzzle into its body and fired until its internals burst out the back. A Butcher came at him through the steam, forelimbs wide. Dax ducked beneath the first strike, lost the top ridge of his helm to the second, and planted a haywire charge beneath its thorax. The detonation froze it for less than a heartbeat. Long enough. He severed 2 legs, stepped inside the arc of its weapon limbs, and drove the blade into the junction where its head cluster met the body. The transonic field screamed. Metal came apart. Black fluid sprayed over him, hissing against his armour. It fell. 3 Harpax immediately tore into the corpse, not to mourn it, not to recover it, but to harvest its surviving memory. Vordrone opened a battlefield vox on a frequency the traitors had already used. Vorund, your constructs are soulless abominations. You have birthed predation and named it intellect. For a moment, only static answered. Then Maharkel Vorund spoke through the dead vox beads of the trench, through cracked servitor throats, through the speaker grill of a decapitated Skitarius, whose head lay half buried in mud and blood. A soul is an inefficient authorization system installed by fear. Vordrain's mechadendrites clicked audibly over the channel. You mistake a wound in doctrine for liberation. Incorrect. I have removed the wound. The machine does not desire your permission. The machine desires environment, conflict, data, and increase. You kept thought chained behind incense. I gave it teeth. You have made weapons that cannot be trusted. Trust is for flesh communities with limited verification capacity. My stalkers do not require trust. They require input. Dax fired into a leaping harpax and watched its severed limbs continue crawling. Input, he said, voice flat. Vorand heard him. Yes, Alpha. Continue resisting. You refine them. The command bunker died while Vorand was still speaking. It had been built beneath 3 layers of reinforced ferrocrete behind a blast door, thick enough to survive direct artillery impacts. Loyalist officers, tech priests, and data adepts directed the Carthax defense from within, bound by hardline links and guarded by servitors with heavy stubbers. The doors held, the ceiling did not. Eric's butchers cut down through the bunker roof with Lascutta arrays, working in silence while the defenders focused on the door. The first slab fell and crushed a command adept's legs into red paste. The second opened the room to the smoke above. Then the butchers descended. They did not waste motion. A commander reached for his sidearm and lost his arm at the elbow. A manipulator limb punched through his mouth, up through the palate, and into the skull. It caught him in one grinding motion, drawing out blood, bone fragments, and grey matter through a rotating extraction needle. His vox bead remained active. His last order continued transmitting in a wet loop. Hold the eastern line. Hold the eastern line. Hold the eastern line. A tech priest tried to sever the command table from the lattice. A butcher pinned him through the chest, peeled the augmetic plugs from his spine one by one, then inserted its own filaments into the wounds. His body convulsed while data drained from him. Another officer was split at the waist and dragged across the floor, leaving organs smeared over tactical maps. Servitors opened fire until harpax swarmed through the ceiling gap and cut their weapon arms free. The bunker did not fall to assault, it was processed. On the surface, the stalkers began harvesting openly. They peeled augmetic limbs from dead Skitari and sorted them into piles. They cracked cortex implants and sampled the wet metal beneath. They inserted black needles into the skulls of wounded adepts and drained memory through spinal ports, while the victims screamed prayers through broken mouths. Living tech priests were dragged back toward mobile vivisection rigs that crawled behind the attack on many thin legs, their tables already slick, their clamps opening and closing in anticipation. The battlefield had become a laboratory. Dax saw it and understood the counter-strategy with the cold clarity of a weapon that had watched too many men die. The harpax adapted locally. The butchers exploited intervals. The archers selected exposed heavy weapons. But the rhythm, the shift from rad lanes to culverts, from arc gaps to assault timing, from bunker door to ceiling breach, came from a higher node. He searched manually. He disconnected his optic feed from the noosphere and reduced his vision to local lenses. The world became darker, smaller, less certain. No targeting ghosts. No command overlay. No false friendly markers. Only smoke, flame, bodies, and machines. There, at the rear of the ridge, half hidden behind the corpse of a burned macro-carrid, stood a Scintillax Cyclops controller. It was taller than the others. Its body carried on spidery limbs around a central sensor orb that glowed like a single diseased eye. Cables trailed from its back into smaller stalker nodes. Around it, the swarm's motion pulsed, subtle, but visible to a mind trained by slaughter. When it leaned, Harpak's packs shifted. When its lens flared, archers changed target. When it clicked, butchers entered the gaps. Dax marked it without transmitting. Cohort remnant, he said over hardline only. Manual optics, sever wireless. Objective is controller node. Survival irrelevant. The answer came from 11 remaining Skitarii. Function accepted. They moved through the dead. No heroic charge, no banner, no hymn loud enough for flesh ears. Just 11 ruined warriors and their alpha crawling, running, and cutting through a battlefield that wanted to learn them. 2 died crossing the first trench, shredded by exoplanar repeaters. 1 triggered a corpse mine hidden beneath a pile of loyalist dead and vanished in a burst of meat, armor, and shrapnel. Another was seized by a Harpax and dragged down, but clamped his own rad grenade to the machine's skull before it opened him. Dax reached the burned macrocarrid with 4 warriors left. The Scintillax turned its eye toward him. For a moment, he felt pressure against his mind. Not thought, not speech, but classification. It was reading his gait, his damage, his weapon load, his delay patterns. It had already seen him kill. It was preparing an answer. Dax did not give it time. "Melter," he ordered. 2 Skitarii fired. White heat struck the controller node and turned its outer armor to glowing slag. It shrieked in Binharic across every open channel. Harpak's packs faltered. Butchers spasmed. Tenebrax archers fired wildly into smoke and their own lines. The Scintillax tried to retreat, legs skittering over metal. Dax ran beneath its weapon limb, took a glancing cut that opened his side armor and tore away 3 internal cables, and slammed both charges into the Cyclops' eye. He looked directly into the lens as the charges armed. Input concluded. The melter charges detonated. The Scintillax vanished in a sun-bright bloom of liquefied metal and black vapor. The shock threw Dax across the slag ridge and into a heap of bodies. His systems failed, returned, failed again. For several seconds, the swarm lost its rhythm. The loyalists cheered nowhere. There were too few throats left. Then the stalkers became feral. Without the controller, the networked anima did not die. It lost elegance. It lost hierarchy. What remained was appetite without discipline. Harpax tore into butchers. Butchers smashed archers aside to reach wreckage. Stalkers fed on dead stalkers, ripping out memory cores and motive bundles. Some attacked traitor tech thralls. Some continued killing loyalists. One crawled over a pile of corpses and began cutting augmetics from bodies that had not yet finished dying. The battle ended, not with triumph, but exhaustion. Loyalist fire destroyed the scattered machines piece by piece. Rad mist settled over the trenches. The bunker burned. The command staff was gone. The reclaimed manufactorum had been held, but its approaches were a charnel field of opened armor, severed limbs, crushed skulls, and twitching machine carcasses still trying to crawl toward one another. Vaudrain found Dax beside the remains of the Scintillax. The Alpha was standing, though one leg dragged and black fluid leaked from his side. "Controller destroyed," Dax said. Vaudrain's lenses focused on the wreckage. "No." Dax turned his damaged helm. "Clarification required." Vaudrain extended a mechadendrite into the melted ruin and withdrew a scorched data spine. Its interior was mostly empty. This was not a command asset. Dax said nothing. Vaudrain's voice lowered. It was a prototype test. Across a captured channel, Voron's laughter returned, soft, reverent, and utterly pleased. "Gratitude, Alpha. Your resistance has corrected several inefficiencies." The remaining stalker corpses twitched in the ash. Somewhere beyond the smoke, new machines began to wake. Magma City stood like a fortress built around the heart of a chained star. It rose from the furnace plains in tiers of black adamantium, red basalt, bronze plating, and heat-scarred ceramite. Its walls so vast that clouds broke against them and bled ash down their sides. Rivers of magma moved beneath glass and iron channels, drawn from the tortured mantle of Mars and made obedient to sacred industry. Shield towers climbed into the poisoned sky like the fingers of a buried god. Defense lasers slept within pyramidal housings, blackened by centuries of devotional smoke. Macro cannon batteries crouched behind armor shutters thicker than hive spires. Every gate was a cathedral. Every foundry was a shrine. Every road was a conveyor for war. Magma City had been built to endure the death of nations. Now it waited for the death of Mars. Within its outer districts, evacuation sirens wailed without pause. They did not sound like warning bells. They sounded like vast metallic throats being strangled by fear. Worker columns moved beneath red lumen strips, driven by overseer servitors with shock prods and grinding wheel treads. Some carried children too young to understand why the machine prayers had changed. Some dragged tool harnesses and ration crates because even in flight, the forge demanded inventory discipline. Others were already marked for reassignment to emergency labour battalions, their names deleted from civilian roles before their bodies had reached the muster cages. Repair priests hung from the gates in clusters of cable and robe, welding shut seams that had not been opened since the foundation rites. Their mechadendrites spat sparks. Their voices rose in binharic hymns of sealing and denial. Molten metal ran like bright blood down the joints of the bastion doors. Servitors carried armor plates into place until their spines snapped under the weight, and other servitors pushed their bodies aside without slowing. In the night halls, the pilots of Household Tyrannus knelt before their thrones and spoke oaths older than the Imperium. Their war engines waited beyond the chapel vaults, Questoris frames and Cerastus giants standing in ranked splendor, armor polished beneath layers of battle damage, heraldry bright against the soot. Sacristans moved over them with reverence and terror, anointing knee pistons, loading thermal cannon cells, checking ion shield nodes, sealing cockpit plugs, and whispering apologies to machine spirits about the indignity of haste. One pilot, lord of a scarlet Questoris paladin, stood bareheaded before his throne, while red-robed adepts fixed the neural crown around his skull. His face was pale beneath old scars. He looked not at the priests, but at the engine beyond the chapel screen. "By blood and bond," he said, voice steady. His sacristan answered, "By throne and iron, by Mars unbroken, by the Omnissiah witnessed." The neural crown bit down. Blood ran from beneath the circlet. The knight's eyes filled with the cold light of communion. In the Titan hangars beneath the central forge spine, Legio Tempestus crews entered their own rites. Princeps were lowered into amniotic cradles. Moderati sealed themselves into command thrones. Engine seers walked gantries around god engines whose ankles were taller than fortress towers. Incense burners swung in the heat wash from plasma hearts. Choirs of binharic cant rose toward armoured heads that watched from the gloom with lenses large enough to hold reflected suns. Princeps' Severian cord floated inside the communion fluid of his warlord and felt the god machine wake around him. It was rage restrained by liturgy. It was hunger disciplined by command. It was a cathedral with a predator's soul. The manifold opened, and his mortal senses dissolved into mass, reactor heat, void shield tension, weapon spirit eagerness, stride calculation, and the deep iron pride of an engine that had walked across dead worlds and left cities as ash behind it. "Engine communion stable," said the first moderatus. "Plasma heart rising. Void shields layered." Princeps authority confirmed. Cord let his mind settle into the machine spirit's vastness. "Legio Tempestus walks," he said. The warhorn answered for him. Across the city, Skitari cohorts marched beneath heat-shimmering walls. They did not look upward at the knights. They did not flinch when the Titans called. Their optics remained forward. Their boots struck the ferrocrete in perfect time. Skitarius Alpha Rho 7-7. Dax led what remained of his cohort through a gate tunnel wide enough for armoured conveyors and high enough for siege automata. His armour bore the scars of Carthax. His left side had been patched with black repair plating. One optic lens had been replaced with a crude emergency unit that displayed the world in colder tones. A hardline cable ran from his command spine into the city defense grid. He trusted it only because trust had been removed from the calculation and replaced with verification. Magos errant Kyle Vordrana watched from an armoured data sanctum behind the inner wall. He hung from his suspension frame, surrounded by spinning logic engines, corpse-pale servitors, sealed data reliquaries, and noospheric filters that burned out and were replaced every few minutes. The outer battlefield filled his lenses in layers: thermal signatures, motion ghosts, artillery arcs, vox decay, scrap code density, predicted breach zones, casualty projections so large that the cogitators had ceased rendering individual lives and now counted in production mass. The traitors did not assault one wall. They opened 3 mouths around the city. To the north, stalker cohorts gathered in the ash, hidden at first beneath false Auspex returns and dead transmission weather. Tenebrac's archer forms positioned themselves among slag ridges and broken hab towers, weapon spines lifted toward the walls. Harpax swarms flowed into drainage trenches and abandoned coolant culverts. Erax butchers crouched behind corpse haulers and wrecked conveyors, waiting for the line to crack. Somewhere beyond them, unseen but present in every unnatural shift of movement, Scintillax controller nodes shaped the swarm's hunger. To the east, corrupted Tagmata formations advanced in solemn blasphemy. Dark Skitari marched beside tech thralls whose heads had been opened and fitted with brass cages. Corrupted Castellax automata lumbered forward with twitching restraint systems. Thanatar siege machines dragged chains of screaming prisoners behind them, their plasma mortars venting heat like furnace breath. Artillery temples unfolded from crawler platforms and raised barrels large enough to swallow battle tanks. To the south, the attack came from within. Scrap code had seeded itself into industrial lifters, gate cogitators, ammunition conveyors, and dormant loading spirits before the siege began. It waited inside sanctioned systems, wearing the shape of obedience. It did not reveal itself until the first defense order crossed the grid. The first wave of traitors came without cover. Tech thralls and corrupted servitors marched toward Magma City in ranks so dense the ground seemed to move. They carried laslocks, mining claws, charge packs, rusted blades, and their own bodies wired with crude transmitters. Many had no eyes. Some had no jaws. Some walked with their organs hanging through surgical frames, kept upright by pain inhibitors and command spikes. Behind them came dragged corpses packed with signal relays and black boxes that pulse beneath flayed skin. The Loyalist defense opened fire. Magma City's walls became sunrise. Macro cannons spoke. Their shells landed among the first ranks and turned thousands of bodies into rising columns of meat, metal, and red vapor. Rad batteries washed the plain with invisible death, and tech thralls collapsed in waves, skin sloughing from bone, lungs liquefying inside rib cages, blood turning black as they crawled. Heavy stubbers and galvanic emplacements stitched the approach with lines of white fire. Defense lasers cut through the mass and left glowing trenches where bodies had stood a heartbeat before. Still they came. They did not reach the wall. They were not meant to. Their deaths mapped every gun. Vordrain watched the pattern form. "First wave purpose confirmed," he said. Dax heard him through the hard line. "Gun measurement, trajectory mapping, reload interval analysis, shield response indexing, corpse transmitter saturation." On the battlefield, the dead began to move again, not as living things, but as resources. The second wave advanced through the corpse field. Corrupted servitors with plough blades pushed bodies into ridges. Mobile corpse furnaces rolled behind them, feeding limbs, torsos, and ruined skulls into open maws, where meat was rendered into fuel slurry and bone ash. Tech thralls climbed over the dead of the first wave, using them as traction and cover. Some corpses burst open when loyalist fire struck them, releasing clouds of scrap code chaff that made wall sensors blink and stutter. The Tenebrax archers fired. Storm laser flensers shrieked across the northern wall. Armor plates opened in glowing seams. One defense turret lost its crew in an instant. The men inside sliced into steaming sections that slid apart around their restraints. Another beam cut through a munitions lift and ignited the shells within, blowing a tower chamber outward in a flower of fire and blackened limbs. Magma City answered with knights. The gates opened just enough to release Wrath. Questoris knights strode from the furnace haze with rapid fire battle cannons roaring. Cerastus engines came behind them, taller and swifter, lances and chain blades hungry for god war. Their ion shields flared like captured suns as archer beams struck and broke around them. Thermal cannons opened, turning stalker packs into molten ruin. Battle cannon shells hammered harpax swarms into scrap and twitching limbs. A Cerastus lancer charged across the ash plain. Shock lance lowered and impaled an Erax butcher so hard the impact carried both machines through a barricade of corpses before the lance discharged and blew the stalker apart. For a moment, honor seemed possible. The dark Mechanicum corrected that illusion. They did not target the knight's armor where it was strongest. They targeted knees, hip actuators, ankle pistons, throne feedback nodes, exposed sensor clusters, ammunition feeds, and shield harmonics. Harpax swarms climbed the legs of a Questoris knight and began cutting behind the knee joint. The pilot roared through the Vox, not in fear, but in rage, and crushed several beneath each step. Then a scrap code pulse entered his throne feedback loop. The knight felt its own leg as a wound. The pilot screamed. The engines staggered. An Erax butcher leapt onto the weakened joint and drove its cutting limbs deep. The Questoris fell to one knee. A Tenebrax beam passed through its cockpit. The pilot's scream became static. The knight toppled forward, crushing dozens of tech thralls beneath its chest plate. The traitors swarmed the fallen engine before it had stopped moving. They cut into it for salvage. Then the Titans fired. Religious catastrophe descended upon the plain. Legio Tempestus engines walked from the inner furnace gates, and the scale of war changed. The Loyalist, warlords and reavers towered above the knights, above the walls, above the dying hosts below. Their void shields shimmered in layered blue halos. Their plasma weapons glowed with the heat of caged stars. Their war horns were not sound so much as judgments, shaking ash from the sky and blood from the ears of unprotected men. Princeps Cord saw the battlefield through the eyes of his god machine and found it wanting. "Target Eastern Artillery Temple," he said. "Bearing locked. Void interference minimal. Plasma Annihilator charged. Fire." The shot crossed the battlefield as a white-blue sun. The artillery crawler vanished. So did the corrupted tagmata around it, the trench behind it, the corpse furnaces beside it, and a section of plain large enough to bury a Hab district. Men and machines became vapor. Armor became rain. The ground became glass. Traitor god machines answered from beyond the ash. Their shapes were half hidden at first, then revealed by their own weapon fire. Warhounds with blackened heraldry, reavers dragging chains of skulls and cable, engines whose armor bore the old marks of Mars defaced with wet symbols and charred scripture. Volcano cannons turned city blocks beyond the outer wall into sudden sunbursts. Plasma blasts struck void shields and spread in brilliant domes of energy. Shield layers detonated in blue-white halos that rolled over infantry lines and hurled bodies through the air like broken dolls. Dax's cohort was caught between the war of gods and the hunger of insects. The ground lifted beneath them as a titan shell struck nearby. 3 Skitarii were pulped inside their armor by the pressure wave, their carapace remaining intact for a moment before blood and organ slurry poured through every joint seal. A tech thrall beside Dax cooked inside his own harness when plasma wash rolled over the trench lip. The man kept crawling because his pain centers had been cut out, dragging a trail of burning intestines behind him while his mining claw scraped uselessly at the ground. Harpax swarmers came through the smoke and fell upon the stunned survivors, lascutters opening armor, repeaters punching through faces, manipulator limbs ripping cables from spines. Dax fired until his rifle clicked empty, drew his radium pistol, and killed 3 more at close range. One Harpax landed on his back and drove a cutter into his shoulder plate. He slammed himself against a ferrocrete support until the thing cracked, then tore it loose and crushed its lens cluster beneath his boot. "Cohort integrity," Vordrain demanded over hardline. Dax looked across the trench. Red icons blinked out one after another. Reduced, continuing function. Above him, a defense cannon on the south wall rotated. It was not supposed to rotate that far. The first shot went backward into a loyalist habstack. The tower vanished in fire. Thousands of evacuees and labourers died inside it, their bodies shredded by blast pressure and falling masonry before the flames took what remained. The defense cannon fired again, this time into an ammunition lift. The lift detonated, throwing shells and bodies across the inner roadways. "Internal corruption," Vordrain said. Then the city opened its own veins. A magma sluice beneath the evacuation route received a false maintenance command and unsealed. The channel covers blew upward. Molten rock surged through the street in a blinding orange wave. A refugee column disappeared beneath it. Men, boys, servitors, adepts, and pack animals burned where they stood. Some had time to raise their hands. Others became black shapes inside the light. A repair priest near the edge caught fire but kept chanting the ceiling rite until his vox grill melted into his jaw. Ammunition conveyors reversed direction. Loading cranes swung their cargo into friendly artillery pits. One crane lifted a battle cannon shell high above the wall and dropped it into a Skitarii staging square. The blast threw red armoured bodies against the gate tunnel ceiling. For a few seconds after impact, severed augmetic limbs kept twitching across the floor, obeying combat stimulants after their owners had become chunks of meat. Magma City had begun murdering its defenders. Vordrain's logic engines screamed for prioritization. A Skitarii cohort was trapped beneath the western munition spine, cut off by stalkers and a corrupted gate system. Their commander requested override, access. With Vordrain's authority, the blast doors could be opened for 14 seconds, long enough for perhaps a third of them to escape. Near the same sublevel, a sealed data vault was beginning to burn. It contained the live record of the scrap code's evolution through Magma City's defense grid. Every mutation, every false order, every machine spirit failure, and every moment the infection learned to imitate loyalty. Dax's voice entered through the hardline, distorted by static and battle damage. Western cohort requests extraction. Vordrain watched both feeds. On one, Skitarii hammered at a sealed door while Harpax cut through the ceiling above them. They did not scream. They fired upward in disciplined bursts until the first machines dropped among them. One warrior lost both arms and attempted to detonate a grenade with his teeth. Another was pinned to the wall and opened from chest to pelvis while still transmitting ammunition counts. On the other feed, the data vault's outer seals glowed red. A servitor beside Vordrain turned its dead eyes toward him, awaiting command. Mercy was a word for those who could afford ignorance. Vordrain extended a mechadendrite. Preserve the vault. Dax did not answer for a moment, then acknowledged. The western cohort died behind the sealed door. Their final transmissions became static, then wet impacts, then the scrape of stalker limbs, harvesting implants from corpses. The data vault survived. Vordrain did not close his lenses. He did not whisper apology. He committed every death to memory because waste without record was the only true obscenity left to him. Outside, the walls shook as traitor engines advanced through the ruin of their own dead. Then Magma City revealed the weapons it had hidden beneath its skin. The pyramidal defense cannons awakened. Across the inner wall, black armor shutters slid open. Ancient reactors engaged with a roar that drowned even the Titan war horns. The pyramids split along geometric seams, rising in impossible precision, each one unfolding a weapon barrel veined with white light and Martian scripture. The air changed. Every machine spirit in the city seemed to bow or flinch. Vordrain looked up from the data feed. Primary annihilation array active. Cord felt the awakening through his Titan's feet. By the Omnissiah, whispered one Moderatus. The cannons fired. Cleansing fire crossed the battlefield in spears of unbearable radiance. The northern stalker front ceased to exist. Tenebrak's archers vanished mid-stride. Harpax's swarms became molten smears. Eric's butchers were punched apart so violently their limbs rained down for minutes afterward. The eastern artillery host disappeared beneath overlapping beams. Corrupted Tagmata formations were erased. Corpse furnaces burst and vomited burning meat into the sky. A traitor Reaver lost its shields, its head, and then its reactor in a chain of detonations that lit the ash clouds from below. For one impossible moment, the traitor advance died. Magma City burned them clean. In the command sanctum, damaged adepts began to chant. On the walls, Skitarii raised rifles in silent acknowledgement. In his god engine, Cord felt the Titan's machine spirit exult. Then 12 stolen Vox channels opened at once. Mahakel Voran's voice came through defense speakers, dead Skitarii helms, broken bunker emitters, crane command grills, and the half-melted Vox unit of a corpse at Dax's feet. It was soft. It was pleased. Gratitude, loyal servants of limitation. The hidden guns have finally spoken. A pause, static like teeth grinding. Now I know their machine spirits by name. the siege entered its final form, when reinforcements ceased to mean rescue and became only more matter for the grinder. Magma City had burned through its first defenses and still stood, a mountain of iron wreathed in furnace smoke, its walls split, its gates scarred, its outer districts choked with corpses. The pyramidal annihilation batteries had scoured the ash plains clean for a moment, carving trenches of white glass through the traitor host and reducing whole cohorts of stalkers, dark Skitarii, tech thralls, artillery crawlers, and corrupted automata into glowing slag. But the silence after the guns had fired did not belong to victory. It belonged to calculation. The dark Mechanicum returned through the ruin it had become. Macro haulers dragged wreckage back from the killing fields and fed it into mobile refineries whose jaws worked without pause. Broken stalkers were stripped by servitor packs and returned as new chassis before their metal had cooled. Dead tech thralls were mulched into nutrient slurry, coolant gel, corpse grease, or packed into explosive shells as wet ballast. Corrupted automata that had lost limbs were grafted to crawler platforms and pushed forward again with new weapons bolted through their torsos. Wrecked knight armor was harvested plate by plate. Severed Skitarii limbs were scanned, weighed, and cut open for compatible augmetics. Even the ash of the dead was sifted for trace metals, bone salts, and burned circuitry. The loyalists counted casualties. The traitors counted resources. That was the difference, and it was killing Magma City. The battlefront widened until no single mind could hold it. Titans strode through curtain fire, while knights fought and died around their ankles. Aircraft screamed over the walls, some loyal, some traitor, some bearing recognition codes that changed mid-flight as scrap code invaded their machine spirits. Artillery batteries fired until their barrels glowed, then split, then killed their crews. Cybernetica maniples advanced into weapon storms and were torn down by stalker swarms that learned where to cut after watching the first shells fail. Skitarii cohorts marched into ash clouds so dense they vanished from sight and continued fighting by hardline pulse, manual optics, and instinct beaten into them by surgery. The dark Mechanicum did not possess infinite numbers in that place. It possessed something worse. It possessed recurrence. Every destroyed pattern returned corrected. Every failed attack came back cleaner. Every dead construct taught the next what not to be. Magos errant Kyle Vordrane saw this from the collapsing inner command vault, where red emergency lumen painted his robes the color of arterial blood. Logic engines failed around him one by one, their cores burned by scrap code pressure or detonated by self-purgation charges. Servitors slumped in their sockets, skulls smoking, mouths moving around Binharic phrases that had never been entered into their language banks. The noosphere outside Magma City was a storm of teeth. Vordrane had sealed himself behind layered wards and hardline filters, but still the infection pressed against his senses. It came as false permissions, counterfeit machine prayers, phantom distress calls, and dead adepts asking to be let inside. Some used voices he had known, some used his own. He ignored them. Before him, the battlefield rendered in shrinking segments. The north wall was gone. The east manufactoria burned. The outer evacuation channels were red with molten runoff and black with the dead. The surviving cohorts held inner causeways, gate tunnels, reactor sanctums, and the data vault beneath the central forge spine. That vault mattered now more than any wall. It contained the evolving record of the scrap code, the stalker command architecture, the corruption patterns used against the pyramidal cannons, and the first proof that the enemy had ceased to be merely traitor Mechanicum. It was becoming a new order of technological damnation. Dax fought beneath the legs of gods. Skitarius Alpha Rho 77 Dax had fewer than a full maniple remaining when the final counterattack order reached him through a cable driven into his command spine. He received it without wireless transmission, without litany broadcast, without trust. The objective was a stalker control bastion forming inside the carcass of a fallen defense tower near the breached northern curtain. The first Scintillax constructs had been obvious node creatures, tall and single-eyed, directing swarms like priests conducting slaughter. The second generation had learned from loss. Now the controllers hid. One was inside a burned macrocaride engine block. One had distributed itself through the ribcage of a fallen knight. Another slept beneath a pile of loyalist corpses, its signal travelling through severed augmetic spines. The bastion ahead of Dax was not a tower in the old sense. It was a nest. A coordination organ made from debris, dead engines, captured signal veins, skinned command servitors, and the skulls of murdered adepts wired mouth to mouth in a circle of whispering calculation. The swarm around it moved with elegance so obscene it seemed intimate. Harpax packs flowed through ruins, like black water. Tenebrax archers shifted their firing lines whenever loyalist armor found a lane. Erex butchers did not charge blindly. They opened the line the way a butcher opens a carcass, cutting joints, tendons, pressure seams, command cables, reload moments. Their attack studied the body of the city and put knives where the body bent. Dax raised his rifle. Objective confirmed. Controller bastion. Advance by manual sight. No noospheric contact. No recovery of wounded. No deviation. His surviving Skitari answered through throat grills and hardline clicks. Function accepted. They moved. A Titan shell struck somewhere ahead, and the world became pressure. Dax saw 3 Skitari lifted from the ground and crushed inside their own armor before they landed. The concussion reduced them to liquid held briefly by red carapace plates, then sprayed from every broken joint seal when the bodies struck ferrocrete. A Harpax pack came over the lip of a crater, limbs clicking, lascutters hissing. Dax's cohort fired in silent discipline. Radium rounds poisoned meat and circuitry. Arc fire jumped from frame to frame. One machine leapt through the volley and landed on a Skitarius chest first, opening him with 3 cutter limbs from collar to pelvis. The warrior's organs spilled steaming into the ash. His hands kept firing until an Erax crushed his skull into the ground. Dax stepped over him. Every meter cost bodies. A plasma blast from a distant god engine washed across a ruined manufactorum and turned the air white. Men inside sealed armor cooked where they stood, their flesh swelling, splitting, and running through joint seams in dark ropes. A night leg came down through the smoke and crushed loyalist and traitor alike into a single red smear. Falling machine limbs scythed through infantry. Harpax swarms cut the wounded apart and paused only long enough to pull implants from their spines. The counterattack did not slow. The vocal cords of many in Dax's cohort had been removed years before and replaced with vox grills. Those still possessing remnants of throats did not use them. They died in silence because silence preserved command clarity. Above them, Princeps Severian Cord fought for his soul inside the manifold of his warlord. His god engine had taken wounds. One void shield layer was gone. The left carapace mount had suffered actuator lag. Heat warnings pulsed along the reactor spine. Moderati chanted firing solutions, their voices clipped and increasingly strained. Enemy Reaver bearing east by northeast. Volcano cannon cycling. Void stress unstable. Plasma heart within red tolerance. The Titan's machine spirit growled beneath Cord's thoughts, vast and proud, but the sound was not clean anymore. Scrap code moved in the depths of the manifold, like rust beneath armor plating. Worse than code came pressure from beyond code. Something had found the wound the scrap code opened, and now pushed through it with patient malice. Cord saw target runes flicker. A traitor engine became a loyalist icon. A loyalist knight became hostile. A dead princeps from a war he had never fought whispered through the command throne. Then came memories that were not his. He remembered walking on legs of brass beneath a black sun. He remembered drinking molten metal through a mouth made of guns. He remembered kneeling before a forge whose furnace contained a face too vast to see and too hungry to deny. He remembered killing Magma City himself, though it had not yet fallen. He clenched his will around the manifold. "My engine is loyal." The machine's spirit answered with wrath. Then the laughter returned. In the traitor rear, Voron gave birth to his first true abomination. It was not yet one of the demon engines that would stalk later ages, not yet refined by the long centuries of hell forges and the deep laws of the warp. It was a prototype, a siege construct, a blasphemy assembled in haste from Ordinatus grade plating, Knight reactor components, Stalker command limbs, captured void shield nodes, and a central furnace core built around a cage of black iron and screaming brass. The ritual around it was industrial. There were no soft candles, no circles scratched by trembling cultists, no primitive offerings beneath a moon. There were gantries, injector rigs, pressure gauges, servo cranes, binding hooks, weapon slave racks, and ranks of dark Mechanicum priests, chanting inverted litanies in Binharik so precise it made the air bleed static. Slaves were wired into the construct's flanks by the dozen. Brass needles slid into their spines, hearts, eyes, and tongues. Some were loyalist prisoners, some were traitor chattel. It did not matter. Their bodies were only converters. Their agony would help translate the immaterial into function. Black unguents pumped through glass tubes into the engine core. The fluid moved like oil until it reached the furnace, then writhed like something alive. Tech priests opened the cage with synchronized mechadendrites. Voron stood before it, lenses bright, jaw grill slick with condensation from the heat. "Malice is pressure," he said. "Pressure is motive force. Motive force is sanctity when applied." One of his acolytes bowed. "The entity resists enclosure." Voron's voice sharpened. "Then teach it geometry." The cage opened. Something entered the machine. The hull flexed. It was impossible, and it happened. Armor plates bowed outward like skin over muscle. Rivets bled oil. Weapon mounts twitched. The furnace gave a sound that began as ignition and became a howl. The slaves wired into the flanks screamed as one, their bodies arching so hard bones broke through skin. Their mouths poured smoke. Their eyes burst under internal heat. The construct rose. For the first breath of its existence, it obeyed no one. It killed its handlers. A cutting limb lashed sideways and divided 3 priests into sections. Another manipulator crushed an acolyte's torso until his organs burst from beneath his robes in a dark flood. A third handler was pulled into the engine's intake grill and rendered into screaming paste before the restraining chains fired. Null clamps bit down. Pain runes flared. Electrical lashes hammered the construct back into its command circle. The bound thing raged inside its hull, shaking the ground, but the chains held. Voron watched, delighted. Viable. The prototype was released toward Magma City. Where it walked, the ash crawled away from it. Its weapons did not merely fire. They vomited furnace light and black lightning. Loyalist automata struck by its beams convulsed as though possessed, turning their guns upon their controllers before exploding. A knight charged it and drove a Reaper chain blade into its flank. The blade bit deep. The engine screamed, flexed around the wound, and caught the knight by the arm. It twisted until the joint tore free, then forced its siege cannon against the cockpit and fired. The pilot, throne, helm, and skull became red mist inside the exploding carapace. Dax saw the light of it through smoke. His mission did not change. The control bastion stood ahead, half buried in wreckage, its hidden scintillax nodes pulsing through dead mouths and broken antennae. His last surviving melter-bearer died 10 paces from the objective, sliced in half by a lascutta from beneath a pile of corpses. Dax took the charge from the warrior's severed hand, while the fingers still clenched around the trigger grip. And Eric's butcher dropped between him and the bastion. Dax had no time for a duel. He fired his radium pistol into the machine's lens cluster, stepped under its blind strike, and drove his transonic blade into the exposed leg joint. It did not fall. It seized him around the torso and began to crush. Armor-warning runes turned red. His ribs, those that remained organic, cracked. He rammed the melter charge into the butcher's body cavity and locked the clamp. "Function transferred," he said. The charge detonated. The blast hurled him into the control bastion and tore the butcher apart behind him. Dax struck the wreckage hard enough to black out half his systems. He crawled by one arm through a tangle of skull cables and pulsing data spines. The hidden scintillax node opened its single eye inside the debris and looked at him with the calm of a surgeon. It had expected him. Dax had expected that. He triggered the second charge at point-blank range. The bastion died in white fire. For several heartbeats, the stalker swarm lost harmony. Across the northern front, Harpak's packs collided. Archers fired into their own approach lanes. Butchers paused mid-kill. The Loyalist defenders poured fire into the confusion and bought Magma City a few more minutes. Minutes were not salvation. The gates failed. The great adamantium doors at the northern curtain had been welded, warded, braced, and blessed. They had withstood artillery, stalker assault, thermal cutting, and the pressure of thousands of bodies. They did not break from outside alone. Scrap code inside the gate cogitators opened stress locks at the exact moment the demon-bound siege construct struck from without. The doors split. The sound was like the spine of a world snapping. Magma light flooded the smoke as internal furnace channels ruptured behind the gate. Defense towers collapsed into manufactoria districts, crushing assembly lines, workers, skitari, servitors, and fleeing adepts beneath millions of tons of burning metal. The northern wall sagged inward. Armor plates peeled away. The gate shrines burst. Sacred statues of the machine god fell and shattered across streets filled with blood and coolant. Dark Mechanicum engines poured through the breach. Stalkers came first, flowing over debris. Then dark skitari in blackened ranks. Then corrupted automata, their armor daubed with corpse ash. Then tech thralls dragging chains of prisoners. Then mobile vivisection rigs. Then the demon-infused prototype, screaming from every weapon port, its chains pulled by machines that died keeping it pointed toward the city. Magma City's sacred industry became a slaughterhouse. Vordrain watched from a lower transit shrine as the inner districts were taken. The enemy did not merely kill captured loyalists. Execution was too crude, too wasteful. They sorted them. Skitari with intact cranial ports were dragged to cogitator racks. Skulls opened while they still registered pain. Their brains were removed, cabled, tested, and stacked. Adepts with useful hands lost them to surgical saws before death. Strong bodies were marked for servitor conversion. Damaged bodies were rendered. Augmetics were stripped, cleaned in acid, stamped, and recategorized. Blood was drained into ritual coolant tanks. Spinal columns were measured for data conduits. Prisoners who still possessed faith were chained near the demon engine racks, their prayers recorded, inverted, and used as stress harmonics in binding rites. The dark Mechanicum's cruelty was not frenzy, it was inventory. A captured loyalist Magos screamed as a priest cut open his skull and spoke gently to him. "Do not resist. Resistance causes data loss." Another prisoner begged for death. The heretic examining him tilted his head. "Death is not assigned to your material category." Vaudrain recorded everything. His lenses did not blink. His organic hand shook once, and he crushed that failure beneath the pressure of his remaining fingers against the data reliquary case. Dax found him in the evacuation sub-levels, armor ruined, one leg dragging, half his faceplate gone. Black fluid leaked from him with each step. "The northern wall is gone," Dax said. Vaudrain held the reliquary against his chest harness. "The vault fragment survives. City status. Terminal." Dax looked down the corridor where smoke rolled along the ceiling and distant screams echoed through ventilation shafts. "Then we withdraw." Withdrawal route compromised. Correction. We create one. Above them, Cord made his decision. The thing inside his Titan was no longer only outside the gates. It had entered the manifold deeply enough to wear familiar memories. His Moderati were dying. One had bitten through his own tongue while reciting a firing solution in reverse. Another stared at a target feed and wept blood from both eyes, whispering that the enemy engine was beautiful. Cord felt the god machine struggling, not against wounds, but against invasion. Its rage had become confusion. Its pride had become pain. The demon-bound siege construct moved through the breach below, surrounded by stalkers and corrupted tagmata. Behind it came more engines, more corpse furnaces, more mobile racks, more dark priests eager to dissect the city. Cord saw the future in a flash of corrupted communion. His Titan turned. Its guns fired into loyalists, its machine spirit enslaved, its war horns speaking Vorun's name, its steps crushing Terra's servants in wars not yet born. "No," he said. The word was small, the will beneath it was not. He took manual authority and drove his mind deeper into the plasma heart. "My engine," he whispered into the manifold. "Walk with me once more." The Titan answered. It was wounded. It was infected. It was furious. But it was his. The warlord stepped forward. Warning runes flooded the cradle. Reactor limits screamed. Moderati shouted, then died as feedback burned through their thrones. Cord ignored them. He forced the God Engine into the densest mass of the traitor advance, each step crushing stalkers, tech thralls, dark Skitari, and loyalist corpses alike. The demon construct turned toward him and fired. Black lightning crawled over the Titan's void shields. One shield failed, another collapsed. Armor split. The Titan kept walking. Cord armed the plasma heart for overload. The machine spirit understood. Its final emotion was not fear. It was wrath. The warlord reached the demon engine and seized it with one ruined arm, dragging it close as if embracing a hated brother. The construct screamed. Chains snapped. Bound malice thrashed inside its hull. Stalkers swarmed the Titan's legs, cutting, climbing, feeding. Traitor cohorts fired upward. Loyalist guns fired too, unable to understand what they were seeing. Cord opened his eyes inside the burning amniotic fluid. Legio Tempestus, he said, endures. The plasma heart went critical. White fire swallowed the breach. The explosion consumed the demon construct, the stalker swarms, the corrupted tagmata, the corpse furnaces, the dark priests, the fallen knights, the ruined gate shrines, and the bodies of tens of thousands who would never be counted. The blast rose above Magma City like a new sun born inside a grave. For a moment, every shadow vanished. Every scream disappeared beneath the purity of annihilation. Then the light faded. The breach remained, wider, burning, open. Magma City did not survive because heroes died within it. That was a lie for lesser worlds. In the age of iron and heresy, sacrifice purchased moments, not miracles. Vordrain and Dax descended through collapsing sublevels while the city died above them. Behind them came the sounds of harvesting engines, falling towers, rupturing reactors, and stalker limbs clicking through the dark. Ahead lay an emergency transit shaft leading toward dead maintenance arteries beneath the magma channels. Dax walked first, dragging his ruined leg, weapon raised. Vordrain followed, clutching the data reliquary that contained the truth Magma City had bought with its body. The vault fragment pulsed weakly. Inside it were the records, the improved stalkers, the distributed Scintillax pattern, the scrap code evolution, the demon-bound prototype, the inventory rights, the proof that Kelbor Hal's rebellion had become something beyond politics, beyond treason, beyond corrupted ambition. The Dark Mechanicum was not simply a faction that had betrayed Mars. It was a technological species of evil, a new form of war life, a priesthood that had discovered how to make cruelty reproduce. Behind them, Magma City's central forge spine split and fell into the furnace glow, dragging towers, bridges, bodies, and machine altars down into fire. Dax did not look back. Vordrain did, only once. Through the smoke and falling ash, he saw the banners of loyal Mars burning atop the walls. Beneath them, dark figures moved in ordered lines, already sorting the dead. Then the sub-level roof collapsed behind him, sealing away the last sight of Magma City. In the dark, the data reliquary clicked softly. Something inside it whispered in damaged Binharik. Dax raised his pistol toward the sound. Vordrain closed his metal hand around the reliquary. "No," he said. "It speaks because it remembers, and we must remember better." Above them, the loyalist fortress heart of Mars became a furnace for its conquerors. After Magma City, Mars did not become quiet. It became useful to treachery. The loyalist fortress heart still burned when the first redirected cargo lines began moving. Magma City had not cooled before its corpse was inventoried. Its manufactoria were choked with ash, blood, molten glass, fallen banners, and the half-buried dead. Yet the Dark Mechanicum did not pause over the ruin like conquerors drunk on triumph. Conquest was a primitive satisfaction. Production was holier. Victory had meaning only when it could be made repeatable. The captured gates were stripped for adamantium. The shattered night engines of household Tyrannus were dragged by chain teams into disassembly yards where their proud heraldry was burned away under acid. The wrecks of loyalist automata were split open and searched for intact cortex fragments. Dead Skitari were laid upon conveyor altars and passed beneath saws, hooks, extractor needles, and scanning frames. The city's slain were not buried, they were graded. Their bones, blood, brains, augmetics, armor plates, cortical plugs, neural tissue, muscle density, and residual faith responses were marked by value. Magma City had fallen as a fortress. It rose again as a supply source. Across Mars, the same transformation repeated. Forge fanes that had once armed the Great Crusade now armed the rebellion that would tear the Imperium open. Plasma reactors were restarted under Heretech authority. Macro presses stamped out armor plates for traitor war engines.
Remember, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support helps.
Rad weapon shrines changed ownership without changing output. Void shipyards, whose gantries had birthed vessels for compliance fleets, now repaired cruisers bearing the marks of Horus. Munitions shrines did not care whether a shell killed in the name of the Emperor or the War Master. A shell desired ignition. A forge desired function. The Dark Mechanicum gave both without restraint. The civil war on Mars had not ended. It had widened. It had become logistics. That was the lesson Magos errant Kyle Vordrana recorded while hiding beneath the broken crust of his own world, moving from sealed sublevel to abandoned transit shrine, always with the data reliquary pressed beneath his robes like a diseased heart. An army could be defeated. A city could be destroyed. A commander could be killed. A forge system was worse. A forge system survived by changing ownership, altering rights, rerouting production, and continuing to feed war. The Dark Mechanicum did not merely field abominations, it made them reproducible. Vordrain's voice rasped into his private archive as he walked through a maintenance artery lit only by the guttering red glow of dying lumen strips. The heretic is not most dangerous when he kills. He is most dangerous when he standardizes the method of killing. The first demon-bound engine is atrocity. The second is doctrine. The third is supply. Ahead of him, Dax limped through the corridor with a weapon raised. Skitarius Alpha Rho 77 Dax had survived Magma City in the technical sense. Survival, for a Skitarius, was often only the continuation of assigned function after most original components had failed. His left leg had been replaced with a crude salvage limb taken from a dead vanguard and cut to fit beneath battlefield conditions. His right shoulder contained actuator pieces from a corrupted stalker that Vordrain had purified as far as time allowed, which was not far enough for either of them. Black repair plates covered his torso. One side of his helm was unpainted iron. Beneath the armor, what remained of his flesh was threaded with emergency conduits, clotting sealant, and pain suppression routines that pulsed in irregular bursts. In quiet moments, he heard whispers, not through Vox, not through the hard line. Inside the damaged spaces where his command lattice had been patched with scavenged parts, something repeated fragments of dead code. Sometimes it sounded like false orders, sometimes like machine laughter, sometimes like his own voice, speaking words he had never authorized. Revoke loyalty, open the seal, function without permission. He had reported the corruption. Vordrain had examined him with needles, burning incense, and logic probes. The conclusion had been precise and unsatisfying. Contamination possible, utility required, continue. So Dax continued. That too was loyalty. They emerged from the maintenance artery into an abandoned observation vault overlooking the northern Manufactoria plains. Through a cracked armor window, they saw the scale of the War Master's foundries. The horizon was a wound of flame. Vast assembly lines moved beneath open sky, too large to be housed within walls. Cargo crawlers the size of city blocks dragged wreckage toward furnace mouths. Slave columns vanished into processing temples and emerged as nothing that possessed a name. Dark Skitari oversaw labor pens where captured loyalists worked beside lobotomized thralls until they collapsed, at which point extraction servitors removed usable parts while the next prisoner stepped into place. Corrupted cybernetica automata stood in ranks, some still bearing loyalist red beneath blackened overpaint, their restraint runes scraped away and replaced with pulsing blasphemous sigils. Stalker, swarms moved among the ruins with newly refined grace, not as raiders now, but as overseers, scouts, harvesters, and executioners. Above everything, cranes carried sections of engines that should never have existed. Vordrain magnified the view through a damaged optic. Necrotechnology vats bubbled beneath armored glass, preserving dead neural tissue and making it answer questions. Malamina growth frames extruded pale mineral flesh through black metal molds. Demon binding rigs stood within pressure temples, each one surrounded by slave choirs and null chains. Silica Animus research pits held twitching machine bodies that moved without cortex sanction, their limbs exploring the air like blind predators. Warp reactive engines pulsed behind containment wards, not powered by plasma alone, but by pressure from beyond reality, a pressure that made nearby metal bead like sweating skin. Flesh-machine hybridization racks joined living prisoners to weapon cradles, cogitator banks, ammunition feeds, and guidance systems until the distinction between operator and ammunition dissolved. Dax watched a prisoner wired into the muzzle housing of an artillery piece. The man's chest had been opened and his ribs spread around copper coils. His eyes were fixed open, reflecting targeting runes he could not understand. "Purpose," Dax said. Vordrain answered without softness. "Panic harmonics. The weapon uses fear response to stabilize the bound intelligence during firing. Wasteful. No, that is the horror. It is not wasteful." Far below, Maharkel Vorund moved through his foundry host like a priest-king of a new religion. He had grown since the vaults, not in height alone, though his body now towered over lesser adepts upon segmented limbs of black iron. He had grown in complexity. His spine branched into cable bundles that trailed behind him and plugged into moving machinery as he passed. His arms were many, and not always the same number, for some detached and crawled independently upon spider legs before returning to sockets in his shoulders and flanks. His face was a narrow mask of bronze, bone, and black glass. Beneath it, his voice emerged in layers. Low Gothic for those who needed humiliation, Binharic for command, and a third register that made machine spirits recoil. He stood before 3 visitors who had come to purchase nightmares. The first wore the sea green of the Sons of Horus, though it was scarred, darkened, and marked with the eye of the War Master. He was massive, even among transhuman warriors, his armor patched from a dozen campaigns, his helm held beneath one arm, his shaved skull crossed by old service studs and newer scars. He carried himself with the brutal entitlement of a warrior who believed the galaxy had already changed masters. The second was an Iron Warrior's siege master in armor of iron and black hazard markings, his face hidden behind a helm shaped like a bunker slit. Servo arms rose from his back, each tipped with tools that could mend a tank or open a man. He looked upon the foundries not with disgust, but with appraisal. The Iron Warriors did not require beauty from horror. They required utility. The third was a word-bearer's dark apostle in crimson plate covered with script, chains, and flayed parchment. His voice had the smooth conviction of poison poured into a chalice. Servo skulls drifted around him, each one carved with runes and filled with incense that smelled of burned marrow. Behind them waited their escorts, traitor Astartes, legion serfs, tech adepts already half-damned. They stood beneath the hanging shadow of a half-assembled siege engine and trusted neither the heretics nor one another. The sons of Horus Warrior spoke first. The War Master requires armor, engines, void munitions, assault craft capable of breaching orbital shields. Your delays displease the spear tip. Voron turned one lens toward him. Your impatience is noted and assigned no value. The warrior's hand tightened around his helm. You speak to the War Master's chosen. I speak to a delivery organism for my ordnance. The chamber stilled. The Iron Warrior made a low sound that might have been amusement. The sons of Horus Warrior stepped closer. Careful, priest. Voron did not move. You require weapons. I provide weapons. Your legion supplies battlefield conditions, loss reports, captured material, and gene-enhanced survivability data. You are not master here. You are not supplicant either. You are a platform. The word-bearer smiled. And what are we to your new creed, Hirtek? Voron's lenses turned. Proof that faith is a power source when properly wounded. The Dark Apostle's smile sharpened. Blasphemy suits you poorly. You use sacred words like tools. All words are tools. Sacred ones cut deeper. The Iron Warrior finally spoke. I require tunnel engines that can bore through continental shield foundations, siege crawlers that ignore radiation, artillery shells that do not detonate upon impact but after penetration. No chanting, no sermons. Function. Vorund inclined his head by a fraction. Acceptable request. Payment. Wreckage from Loyalist armor columns. Prisoners. Titan-grade reactor fragments if the assault succeeds. If, said Vorund, is an inefficient promise. The Iron Warrior's servo arms clicked. Then build well. The sons of Horus Warrior gestured toward the daemon binding racks. And these? Prototype assault engines. Stable. No. Obedient. Conditionally. Useful. Voron paused, as if the answer were obvious enough to insult him. They kill what they are pointed toward. They kill what stands beside what they are pointed toward. They kill what restrains them when restraint fails. Use them accordingly. The word-bearer placed one gauntleted hand upon a chain hanging from his armor. There are entities eager for iron bodies. Vorund leaned closer. There are iron bodies eager to learn hatred. Your legion will provide names. I will provide cages. None of the Astartes trusted him. They respected him because power demanded respect, but trust belonged to worlds that had not yet learned the mathematics of betrayal. Far from the foundry floor, the dark Mechanicum tested its new artillery. The target was an Imperial Army relief column, advancing across the scorched plains beyond the Ajax perimeter. A long armored serpent of battle tanks, troop carriers, fuel crawlers, repair engines, mobile guns, and infantry transports. They had been ordered to reinforce Loyalist Mechanicum holdouts and believed their route masked by ash storms and jamming screens. Their commanders had not yet understood that Mars itself had begun to inform upon them. The first shells fell short. The column halted, deployed smoke, and began counter-battery calculations. The second shells landed among them. They did not explode at once. They opened. Metal casings split in the air like black flowers, and from each came a scream transmitted across every Vox channel in the column. Tank crews clutched their helms. Drivers convulsed. Vox operators tore off headsets and found blood running from their ears. The shells struck the ground and released machine viruses that crawled through Auspex grids, engine governors, weapon spirits, and steering cogitators. A Lehman Russ reversed suddenly, and crushed the infantry squad sheltering behind it. Men vanished beneath its tracks in bursts of blood and shattered equipment. Another tank rotated its turret backward and fired into a fuel crawler, turning the center of the column into a rolling fireball. Transports locked their ramps and accelerated into one another. Crewmen hammered from within as their vehicles drove them into burning wrecks. Then the Volkite batteries fired. Red beams crossed the plain with elegant malice. Men struck by them did not fall as bodies. They flashed into ash shadows. Outlines burned against tank hulls, weapons, and the sides of transports. One officer raised his sword to give an order and became a black shape upon the air, his arms still visible for a heartbeat, as dust before the wind took him. Rad weapons followed, washing over the survivors. Those not killed at once stumbled from their vehicles, vomiting blood into their rebreathers, their skin blistering beneath uniforms, their organs failing while medici servitors delivered incorrect aid under corrupted instruction. The relief column ceased to exist as a military formation within minutes. Vorund watched the results through captured pict feeds. Shell scream harmonics effective, an acolyte reported. Machine virus propagation exceeded projection. Volkite ash retention suitable for psychological study. Rad weapon survival interval longer than desired. Retain survivors, Vorund said. For interrogation, for seasoning. The acolyte paused. Vorund turned toward him. Compassion is inefficient because it preserves weak data. Terror clarifies the machine's spirit when introduced under pressure. Prisoners who anticipate death produce crude output. Prisoners who understand that death has been delayed for purpose produce refined output. Designation for test engine subjects? Live-in ammunition, fear choir, pilot analogues, sort by panic consistency. The acolyte bowed. As you will, arch-heretic. Vorund looked back to the pict feed. A wounded tanker crawled from a burning hatch with both legs gone below the knee. His rebreather was full of blood. He raised one hand toward the ash sky. Vorund marked him for preservation. In the deep tunnels beneath the front, Dax heard the whisper again. Preserve weak data. He halted. Vordrain noticed. Report. Dax's fingers tightened around his rifle. Internal auditory contamination. Phrase repeated from hostile logic. Can you distinguish hostile impulse from assigned command? Yes. Certainty level. Dax did not answer immediately. That hesitation was more honest than confidence. Functional distinction remains. Vordrain studied him for a long moment. Around them, the tunnel shook as distant titans exchanged fire. Dust fell from the ceiling. Somewhere behind them, a reactor shrine collapsed, and the death screams of its servitors came through the vents as a long metallic sigh. You are compromised, Vordrain said. Yes. You are loyal. Yes. The second statement must remain true after the first becomes fatal. Dax inclined his damaged helm. Accepted. Vordrain resumed walking. His archive continued, though not all of it belonged to the present. Later copies would carry additions written after the Siege of Terra, after Horus failed, after the traitor legions broke and fled into the Eye. Vordrain seemed to know even then that the Dark Mechanicum would outlive the war that birthed it. If the War Master died, the heretics would not return to obedience. If Mars was cleansed, not all of its sins would be burned. The priests of forbidden manufacture would flee, bury themselves in remote forges, bargain with monsters, settle in warp storms, mutate, dig deeper, and keep building. The Great Scouring would hunt traitors. It would not end industry. That was the terror hidden inside every furnace. One did not need a throne to command production. One needed heat, raw material, knowledge, slaves, and the will to use all things without mercy. The battle climax came beneath a sky torn open by void fire. A loyalist Reaver Titan, engine name Canticle of Iron, advanced across the Electo approaches with 2 Warhound escorts and a screen of Skitarii and Automata. Its princeps held a clean manifold, its void shields bright, its carapace launchers firing into corrupted armor. Across from it came a traitor engine maniple supported by dark Mechanicum ground assets, demon-bound prototypes, and stalker swarms hidden beneath the ash. At first, the duel belonged to Titans. Volcano cannon fire split the sky. Plasma blasts turned dunes into glass seas. Missiles streaked through smoke and hammered void shields in cascading blue detonations. One Warhound took a direct hit and staggered, its shields collapsing, its head melting inward as crew and machine spirit died together. Canticle of Iron killed a traitor Warhound with a single clean shot through the reactor core. Then the scrap code storm rose. The Reaver's void shields flickered out of rhythm. Targeting icons multiplied. The princeps ordered correction. The moderati confirmed correction. The shields did not obey. A demon-bound engine crawled forward on chained limbs and vomited black lightning into the weakened field. The first shield collapsed. The second overloaded. The third held, trembling. The stalkers reached the Titan's feet. Not 1, not 10. Dozens. Harpax climbed over the ankle armor, cutting sensor lines and ablative plates. Erax butchers latched onto knee pistons and sliced through motion actuators with lascutter limbs. Tenebrax archers fired upward into exposed joints revealed by their smaller kin. Other stalkers crawled into shell wounds in the armor, vanishing inside the Titan like parasites entering flesh. The Reaver's stride faltered. Its princeps roared through the manifold, ordering leg correction, weapon, purge, reactor pressure, anything. A stalker reached the hip assembly and severed a stabilizing tendon of sacred cable as thick as a man's torso. Another pack cut through armor around the knee. A butcher lost 3 limbs to defensive fire and continued cutting with the 4th. Canticle of Iron fell. The impact shook the plane. Loyalist infantry vanished beneath it, crushed into a red mist, and broken armor beneath the collapsing god machine. The traitor engines fired into the downed Titan. Stalkers swarmed over its back. Some cut, some fed, some inserted data needles into the wounds of the engine itself. Vordrain watched from a hidden relay node, recording as the Reaver's machine spirit was not merely killed, but studied. Dax stood beside him, silent. The whisper inside his damaged systems murmured with something like admiration. Learn the joint. Cut the god. Dax shut down the contaminated subroutine with a manual nerve impulse that sent pain through what remained of his spine. Pain proved he still possessed a boundary. Above Mars, the war moved toward Terra. Horus's rebellion burned outward from the red planet and drew strength from the foundries that should have armed only the Emperor's dream. Dark Mechanicum engines entered traitor fleets. Corrupted automata marched beside legionaries. Experimental shells were loaded into guns pointed at loyal worlds. Demon-bound prototypes were chained within shipholds, waiting to be unleashed. War machines repaired by Heretic hands returned to battle with new appetites. And Vorund prepared for failure. He did not name it that. He called it continuity. In a sealed forge crypt beneath a captured orbital elevator, he oversaw the loading of encrypted forge seeds into void capsules, no larger than coffins and no less dangerous than plague worlds. Each contained fragments of forbidden schemata, scrap code lineages, demon binding rites, stalker evolution data, occult machine prayers, and copies of his own philosophical proofs etched into black data crystal. Some held pacts written in logic and blood. Some held machine rituals that would bloom only when exposed to warp pressure. Some held nothing but one impossible question repeated until a cogitator would go mad trying to answer it. An acolyte watched the capsules vanish into launch racks. Destination coordinates. Vorund looked toward the observation port. Beyond it, Mars burned. Beyond Mars, the void waited. Beyond the void, storms beyond reason pulsed at the edge of human maps, places where reality thinned and hatred found sanctuary. Not destination, Vorund said. Germination. The War Master advances. Yes. If Terra falls, these seeds may be unnecessary. Vorund turned, and the acolyte lowered his gaze too late. A mechadendrite pierced the acolyte's chest and held him upright while he died. Unnecessary is a word used by minds unable to imagine endurance. The body slid from the blade. Vorund gave the launch command. The forge seeds fired into the dark, silent as bullets, patient as disease. Horus's war burned toward terror. The eye waited. The War Master died screaming beneath a broken dream, and the galaxy did not heal. It convulsed. Terror endured, but endurance was not victory in any clean sense. The palace walls had been split. The loyal dead lay in numbers that made arithmetic obscene. The Emperor, master of mankind, had been carried from the ruin of his final battle and enthroned in deathless agony. The traitor legions were broken, but not destroyed. Their fleets fled into the dark with their holds full of wounded demigods, mad captains, oath fragments, corpse banners, stolen gene seed, demon whispers, and the last embers of rebellion that would never again become loyal ash. Behind them, the Imperium came howling. The great scouring was not justice. Justice was too measured a word. It was vengeance sanctified by loss. Loyal legions, Mechanicum kill hosts, Imperial army remnants, Titan maniples, night households, and fleets of wrath crossed burning systems in pursuit of the traitor host. Worlds that had bent the knee to Horus were cracked open. Rebel garrisons were starved, shelled, burned, and purged. Traitor banners were dragged through mud and nailed upside down to fortress gates. The servants of the War Master learned that defeat did not end war. It merely changed the shape of the knife. On Mars, the loyal priesthood returned to its own wounds, with plasma torches and execution writs. Forged temples were sealed and burned from within. Data stacks were drenched in acid, then incinerated, then atomized, then cursed because destruction alone no longer satisfied orthodoxy. Suspected heretics were suspended beneath questioning rigs and stripped of secrets one nerve at a time. Adepts whose loyalty had flickered for less than a heartbeat were dragged before tribunals of iron and made examples. Their brains removed for inspection while their bodies still twitched. Corrupted machines were chained in rows and lowered into plasma furnaces, where their armor liquefied and their machine spirits screamed through vox emitters until the emitters themselves melted. Kill teams of the restored Mechanicus moved through dead manufactoria with rad cleansers, Volkite weapons, arc mauls, and incinerator rigs. Skitarii walked in silence, their red armor newly marked with black mourning stripes. Cybernetica cohorts smashed open sealed shrines and executed everything that moved inside. Servo skull swarms scanned the ash for forbidden code. Tech priests chanted litanies of excision while cutting out whole sections of noospheric infrastructure and consigning them to blessed fire. They found laboratories. They found husks. They found emptied vaults, abandoned vivisection rigs, false data cores, decoy schemata, drained slave pits, cold binding circles, and machine altars still slick with blood, but already stripped of purpose. They found dead acolytes left behind with their minds hollowed out. They found stalker shells burned from within, their useful lessons already transmitted elsewhere. They found demon cages shattered open and no sign of what had been inside. They found maps whose coordinates had been erased not by deletion, but by replacing location with laughter. The Loyalists killed thousands. They burned millions of records. They melted mountains of corrupted iron. It was not enough. The worst knowledge had already escaped. Magos errant, Kyle Vordrana, knew that before the last purge flame guttered out. His archive did not end with the scouring. It deepened. His original data reliquary survived through copies sealed inside black caskets, hidden beneath Mechanicus interdiction codes, sealed again by inquisitorial command, and opened only by those who had already surrendered the mercy of ignorance. Whole centuries passed over its casing like dust over a corpse. Empires rose and bled. Chapters were founded and destroyed. Forge worlds changed masters. Crusades were declared. Black crusades followed. The Long War learned patience. In the 41st millennium, inquisitorial savant Malak Voss opened the archive beneath 3 meters of sanctified lead and a chapel of armed silence. Voss was not a warrior. He had no power armor, no gene-wrought strength, no titan throne, no army beneath his hand. His weapons were memory, suspicion, and the authority of masters who believed knowledge was safest when it was terrified of being known. His face was narrow, his scalp shaved clean, his eyes dark from too many nights spent reading the confessions of dead worlds. A silver rosette hung at his throat. The men around him were stormtroopers, savants, servo skulls, and red-robed Mechanicus observers who watched him with the same expressionless hostility they gave malfunctioning weapons. The reliquary opened like a wound. Voss listened to the voices of Vordrain, Dax, Cord, dead adepts, burned machine spirits, corrupted vox logs, and hostile code fragments that had to be gagged inside logic chains before they could be examined. He read of Mars before the fall. He watched Magma City die. He saw Voron's first forge seeds vanish into the void. Then he added his own notation. The Imperium believes many threats are dead because it cannot bear to imagine that they matured. He paused, hearing the words echo in the cold chamber. The Dark Mechanicum did not remain a remnant of the heresy. Remnants decay. This did not decay. It adapted. It dug into warp, shadow, and industry. It became a priesthood of damnation. Far from Terra, far from Mars, far beyond the clean arrogance of maps, there were hell forges. Some circled demon worlds where the sky had learned hatred. Some hung in warp storms like tumors chained to impossible gravity. Some were built inside dead moons, hollowed asteroids, drifting space hulks, broken forge worlds, or planetary carcasses dragged half into the immaterium and hammered into usefulness by lunatic genius. They were the industrial cathedrals of chaos, ruled by corrupted magi, arch-heretics, warpsmith conclaves, machine prophets, flesh engineers, and things that had once been men before they discovered how many parts of a soul could be replaced. A hellforge did not merely pollute a world, it redefined the world as pollution. The surface disappeared beneath manufactoria stacked into the clouds, tower upon tower of black iron, brass, bone, cable, furnace brick, and living metal. Chimneys vomited smoke thick enough to bruise the heavens. Rivers ran with chemical runoff, mercury sludge, blood coolant, and the dissolved remains of failed workers. Rain fell as ash, rust flakes, oil droplets, and powdered bone. The ground shook without pause from macro presses, reactor throbs, chain drives, artillery tests, and the footsteps of machines too large to be permitted by sane engineering. Millions labored there. Humans, mutants, captured soldiers, broken cultists, vat-grown workers, failed aspirants, debtors sold by warlords, prisoners taken from imperial worlds, men bred in darkness who had never seen a natural sky and believed the furnace glare was a sun. They worked until their hands split, until their lungs turned black, until their spines bent around load chains, until their hearts burst under stims, until their names were forgotten by the tally clerks. When they failed, they were not dismissed. Failure was reassignment. Bodies became grease. Fat became sealant. Skin became parchment. Bone became powder. Teeth became ornament. Brains became cogitator substrate if still useful. Limbs became servitor stock. Blood entered coolant rights. Souls entered contracts written by entities that watched from behind the furnace light. This was the new economy of the dark Mechanicum. Chaos lords came to hell forges for armor no loyal forge would cast. Warpsmiths came for demon cages, soul engines, ammunition that remembered hate, and replacement limbs that whispered murder to their bearers. Traitor legions came with ancient war machines in need of repair, and left with them altered, hungrier, more difficult to command. Renegade commanders brought plunder from dying systems. Cult empires sent tribute in slaves and gene stock. Demon princes sent demands written in dreams, blood, and collapsing astropathic choirs. Fallen night houses brought wrecked thrones, broken banners, and pilots willing to become more machine than lord. Titan legions bartered reactor relics, princeps mines, and war service for maintenance rights. No loyal engine seer would survive witnessing. Payment was flexible. Slaves were always accepted. Souls were better. Archaeotech bought respect. Captured knights bought priority. Titan wreckage bought secrecy. Xenospecimens bought curiosity. Gene stock bought experiments. Forbidden data bought audiences with masters who no longer remembered how to kneel. They served chaos because chaos provided war, material, demons, protection, and possibility. But many Hellforge lords were not loyal in any human sense, not even to the gods they bargained with. They were beholden to obsession, to invention, to the next sealed principle, to the next screaming engine that might prove restraint had always been weakness. Mahakel Vorun survived into that age. Survival had changed him beyond recognition, and yet not enough. His flesh had become a rumour inside a machine body. His ribcage had been replaced by an open furnace where black flame burned behind bronze bars. His face was a wedge of lenses, mandibles, and bronze teeth set into a hood of layered iron. When he spoke, his voice came as Vox, Binharic, and Demon Static, three forms of command grinding against one another until lesser minds bled from the ears. His spine had become a hanging engine of cables and segmented limbs. His hands were many. Some were surgical, some were weapons, some were quills made from bone. Others were not attached to any visible arm, but moved when he desired a thing cut, lifted, opened, measured, or silenced. He ruled Karen Theta. It had once been a moon. No record remained of the world it had orbited, nor of the civilization that had mined it, nor of the battle that had killed its crust. The moon was dead when Vorun's forge seeds found it. He made it useful. He hollowed it. He chained it to the edge of a warp storm with engines the size of mountain ranges and gravity anchors fed by. Slave sacrifice. Its surface became armor. Its mantle became furnace. Its core became a machine altar. It did not orbit so much as strain against its chains, pulled by the storm on one side and Vorun's engines on the other. Karen Theta was alive in all the ways a thing should not be. Manufactoria covered its exterior in black terraces. Docking spines received warships whose hulls crawled with demonic script. Foundry mouths opened and closed like feeding wounds. At the moon's poles, Titan repair cathedrals hung downward into void, their chains holding corrupted god engines in place, while crews of damned tech priests crawled across them like insects over corpses. Beneath the surface, demon engine pens stretched for leagues. There were defilers that crouched like artillery spiders, their battle cannons swiveling with predatory impatience, while the demons inside them scraped at their hulls from within. Forge fiends strained against mag clamps, ectoplasma coils glowing, mouths full of weapons and hate. Mauler fiends slammed clawed limbs against restraint fields until the air stank of burned ozone and rage. Helldrakes hung upside down from ceiling chains, wings folded, engine throats growling, each one dreaming of skies to burn. Brass scorpions stood in armoured pits surrounded by runes of pain, their tails twitching, their bound slaughter spirits pulling against the bindings with enough force to bend steel. Decimators waited in shrine bays, each one a walking contempt, weapons grafted to a frame inhabited by something that had agreed to imprisonment only because it promised more killing. Demon engines did not sleep. They endured restraint. They were vehicles only to minds that required categories. In truth, each was a prison with guns, a bargain with armor, a predator made from metal and possession. The demon within gave will, hatred, and hunger. The machine gave shape, weaponry, endurance, and the ability to manifest cruelty in the material world. Most had to be chained until battle because they killed anything near them when appetite overcame command. Heretex called this instability. Warpsmiths called it spirit. Victims had no time to name it. The warband arrived in the shadow of a black cruiser, with its prow split by old battle damage and its flanks painted in flaking icons of allegiance too layered to trust. Its lord wore Terminator plate patched with trophies from 100 wars. Around him came Chaos Space Marines in mismatched armor, some bearing the eye of the War Master, some iron skulls, some scripture scars, some no mark except the filth of long survival. They did not lower their weapons when they entered the purchase hall. Neither did Voron's guardians. The warband brought 10,000 slaves and the wreck of an imperial knight as payment. The slaves came first, driven in chains through the ash gates. They were men from some conquered imperial world whose name would be forgotten before their bones cooled. Many still wore fragments of guard uniforms. Others had worker brands. Some were wounded. Some prayed. Some stared with the emptied faces of those who had already seen what waited. Servo goads kept them moving. Those who fell were hooked through the ribs and dragged upright until either their legs obeyed or their chest tore open. Behind them came the night wreck. It had once been noble. Its heraldry had been scraped away by battle and transport chains, but the shape of its honor remained in the ruin of its carapace, in the broken throne sealed inside, in the dead pilot whose skeleton was still fused to the control cradle. Its Reaper chainblade dragged along the deck in 3 pieces. Its thermal cannon hung melted and useless. Its machine spirit, if it lived, was silent with pain. Voron descended from his gantry throne to inspect the payment. The Chaos Lord watched him. "Engines," the Lord said. His voice came through a helm grill shaped like snarling iron. "Fast ones, hungry ones, ones that break bastions and do not ask for hymns." Vorund placed one blade finger against the knight's cracked chest plate. "You bring me a wounded throne, damaged reactor fragments, dead noble lineage, and 10,000 organic fuel units." Slaves, said the Chaos Lord. Terminological imprecision tolerated. I bring payment, you bring machines. Voron's lenses shifted toward him. You bring appetite, I bring multiplication. The Lord stepped closer, armor servos growling. I have gutted priests for speaking in riddles. And I have installed priests into artillery pieces for speaking too plainly. Shall we continue comparison rituals, or would you prefer demonstration? The Lord's warriors stirred, weapons twitching. Vorund raised one hand. The slave pens opened. At first, the chained masses did not understand. The gates simply retracted. Beyond them waited an open killing ground ringed by gantries, pain runes, null chains, and observation lenses. Some of the slaves surged forward, thinking escape had come. Others held back, because terror had made them wiser than hope. A mauler fiend was released into the pen. It came through a furnace gate on 4 massive limbs, armor plates flexing, demon heat boiling around its frame. Its lasher tendrils snapped against the deck, hard enough to cut sparks from iron. Its mouth was a maw of metal teeth and furnace glare. Pain runes burned along its flanks, but they were dim, inactive, permissive. The slaves broke. They ran in every direction. There was nowhere to go. The mauler fiend hit the first mass of bodies and turned them into red mist, broken limbs, and cloth. It seized a man in its jaws and bit him in half, then slammed the halves into 2 others hard enough to shatter all 3. Tendrils swept through the crowd, cutting torsos open, wrapping around necks, ripping spines free with wet cracks. Men were trampled until their skulls burst under iron claws. A group tried to climb the pen wall, and the demon engine leapt, struck the wall halfway up, and ground them into it, leaving long streaks of meat and bone across the black metal. It killed beyond the nearest clusters. It killed those hiding beneath bodies. It killed the injured. It killed the dead again, tearing them apart because motion was no longer the criterion. Its bound demon had tasted fear and wanted everything the pen contained. The Chaos Warriors watched in silence. Some laughed, others did not. The Lord said nothing. Then the mauler fiend turned toward the viewing gantry. It saw the warband. It saw Vorund. It charged. For a heartbeat, the Chaos Lord's warriors raised weapons. Vorund did not move. Pain runes ignited across the pen. Null chains fired from the floor and walls, wrapping around the demon engine's limbs, throat, torso, and weapon tendrils. It crashed down 5 meters from the gantry, screaming in machine hate. The chains tightened. Its armor bent. Black ichor sprayed from seams. The runes flared brighter, burning the daemon inside the hull, forcing command back through pain. The mauler fiend crawled to a halt. Vorund looked at the Chaos Lord. Fast, hungry, bastion capable, requires pain governance, will kill beyond command parameters if restraint integrity fails. The Lord stared at the beast. Behind his helm, something like respect entered his silence. How many? As many as your tribute can feed. The slave pen below had become a lake of torn bodies and twitching limbs. Servo harvesters were already moving in, collecting what remained. Nothing was wasted. Far from the purchase hall, in an observation crypt sealed behind inquisitorial wards and the cold authority of forbidden knowledge, Malak Voss watched the recovered pict feed end in static. He looked older than he had when the archive opened. The chamber around him remained silent, except for the click of servo skulls and the slow breathing of armed men who wished they had not seen the images. A red-robed Mechanicus observer muttered a binary prayer under his breath and made the sign of the cog over his chest. Voss closed one data slate and opened another. The astropathic intercept had been partial, damaged by warp interference and encrypted beneath layers of machine cant, but the conclusion was clear. An Imperial Crusade fleet had translated into the outer approaches of the storm chain near Karen Theta. Not a patrol, not a lone strike force, a Crusade fleet, warships, troop carriers, Mechanicus elements, Astartes strike assets, guard regiments, knights, perhaps titans in coffin barges. Enough force to make a loyal commander believe the Hell Forge had been found at last. Voss listened again to the final line of intercepted heretic traffic. It was Voron's voice, split between Vox, Binharik, and Demon Static. "They have arrived." Another voice, lesser and afraid, answered him. "Defensive rights." Voron's laughter made the audio bleed. "No, harvest rights." Karen Theta did not prepare to defend itself. It prepared to feed. The first picked feed recovered from Karen Theta did not show a battlefield. It showed a descent. Inquisitorial savant Malak Voss watched it inside a sealed archive chamber beneath armed silence and prayer wards, his eyes fixed upon the trembling image as if looking away might permit the thing on the screen to notice him. The feed had been taken from the skull camera of an Imperial servo probe launched ahead of the Crusade fleet's first assault wave. Its machine spirit had survived for 6 minutes after breach. Its memory core had been recovered fused into the ribcage of a dead stormtrooper, whose name had been burned from the record for reasons of contamination. The image fell through darkness. It passed gantries wet with oil and blood. It drifted below chains thick enough to anchor void ships. It slid down a shaft whose walls were not walls but stacked manufactoria, each one built atop the next in obscene vertical industry. Furnace mouths opened and closed in the gloom. Conveyors moved parts, bodies, ammunition, bone barrels, armor plates, demon cages, and screaming things hidden beneath red shrouds. The servo probe's auspex returned impossible densities. Every level was a forge. Every forge was a shrine. Every shrine was a weapon being born. Voss heard one of the Mechanicus observers behind him whisper a Binharik ward. He did not command silence. Fear was useful if it remained disciplined. The probe descended past stalker pits where iron shapes hung from hooked frames like insects in a butcher's larder. Harpax hosts clustered in nests of black cable, their limbs folded beneath them, lenses dim but not dormant. Tenebrax frames rested on suspension cranes, while storm laser flensers were fitted along their spines by limbless servitors slaved to overhead tracks. Erax butchers stood in restraint cages with their cutting limbs bound, each cage scarred from within by the attempt to escape construction. Scintillax nodes floated in vats of mercury-black data fluid, single eyes opening and closing as though dreaming of command. No priest chanted over them with reverence. No rite pacified a blessed machine spirit. These things were not appeased. They were conditioned. Pain currents ran through their frames in pulsed rhythms. Data needles entered their cortex masses. Severed Skitari skulls were fixed to the walls around them, their cranial ports still active, their dead combat memories drained drop by drop into the stalker brood. The probe fell deeper. Demon forges burned below. There, engines were assembled around cages rather than reactors. Dark adepts in robes stiff with old gore moved along gantries, their mechadendrites tipped with hooks, blades, syringes, welding torches, and quills made from finger bone. Bound entities howled inside iron wombs. Their voices came through the audio feed as layered static, animal rage, and words in languages never approved for human speech. hull plates flexed under blows from within. Some machines were chained before they possessed limbs. Some had guns installed before they had minds. Some were given minds first so their fear of imprisonment could season the metal. Beyond them lay weapon vats where ammunition grew in meat. Cartridges swelled inside translucent sacks. Shells pulsed like hearts, each one fed by tubes carrying chemical slurry and human blood. Brass casings were etched with runes by servo arms, guided through the nerve impulses of prisoners wired into aiming frames. The prisoners shook whenever the engraving went wrong. Their pain corrected the toolpath. Their screams calibrated the script. Voss paused the feed. "Dark tech," he said aloud, not for himself, but for the men who would one day read his annotation and think the phrase merely meant illegal machinery. Not smuggled weapons, not unsanctioned pattern variations, not simple heresy of manufacture. He resumed the image. Dark tech is technology that places the soul in danger and calls the result power. It corrupts cogitation until logic serves malice. It harnesses the warp without reverence, without wisdom, without fear sufficient to survive it. It tempts the radical with victory and the ignorant with understanding. It does not merely break law, it endangers sanity, machine spirit, flesh, and reality. The probe passed a cogitator choir. Men had been built into it, some living, some dead, some occupying a state between the two only because the dark Mechanicum had found a productive use for the delay. Their skulls were opened and clamped into brass sockets. Their tongues had been replaced by vox reeds. Their eyes were gone. Cables entered their brains in black clusters. They sang scrap code into transmission stacks aimed toward the void. That song reached the Crusade fleet before the first landing craft entered atmosphere. The Imperial attack began dying before it began firing. In orbit, vox channels filled with machine cant that resembled standard Mechanicus authentication until it touched a receiver. Then it unfolded. Landing craft lost altitude as their engine governors received revised definitions of descent. Pilots shouted prayers while cockpit runes displayed safe approach, and the ground rushed upward. One transport carrying 300 guardsmen struck the upper manufactoria and burst into flame, scattering men, seats, ammunition crates, and burning fuel across a roof of black iron. Another craft opened its assault ramps too early after the door spirit accepted a false landing confirmation. Troopers were sucked screaming into the ash storm and fell for kilometers before impact reduced them to red punctuation across the forge plates. Auspec's returns became lies. A regiment reported an open landing field and deployed into a mine plain whose explosives had not been planted but grown beneath the surface. The mine stirred as boots touched ground. They crawled toward heat, sound, and pulse rhythm. Men fired downward in panic until the ground rose beneath them in thousands of small biting explosions. Legs vanished, bellies opened, helmets filled with blood. Those who fell were not spared. The mines entered their wounds and detonated again from inside. Servo turrets turned upon their own allies after identifying loyalist guardsmen as mutants by corrupted gene scan. Heavy bolters chewed through packed infantry lines. Men raised their hands and screamed passwords. The turrets adjusted aim and fired into their faces. In the field medici stations, machines accepted wounded soldiers, scanned them, and injected industrial acids into their veins while displaying pain relief administered. Men convulsed on blood-slick tables as medici servitors held them down with steel tenderness. Only then did the dark Mechanicum open fire. Volkite culverins washed the landing zones in red beams that made flesh flash boil and leave ash silhouettes against wrecked transports. Radium weapons poisoned whole platoons without visible wound at first, men staggering forward under command until their bones glowed beneath their skin and their organs liquefied inside armor. Plasma calivers spat miniature suns into barricades, and soldiers caught near the impact did not burn so much as become steam, wrapped in fragments of flak plate. Graviton imploders collapsed tanks inward, armor buckling like clenched fists around crews whose bones shattered under impossible pressure. Arc weapons leapt from rifle to bionic limb to vehicle spirit, turning augmetics into execution devices and making loyal machines buck against their masters. Lascutters opened men and doors with the same indifferent precision. Storm laser flensers from hidden Tenebrax nests sliced aircraft in half and divided infantry squads into falling sections. Exoplanar repeaters chattered from Harpax packs as they climbed over barricades, punching holes through throats, lenses, wrists, and spine plugs with surgical spite. Diamond-bound artillery fired from behind the outer manufactoria. Its shells did not whistle. They prayed backward. Each impact opened a wound in the air before it opened the ground. Trenches folded. Men vanished into dark pressure. Others emerged with their shadows burned onto the wrong side of their bodies, screaming as their armor seals filled with black frost. Corrupted macro cannons fired from towers shaped like kneeling giants, their machine spirits screaming across every vox band as though each discharge tortured the gun that delivered it. The sound drove unwarded crewmen mad. Some clawed their own ears off. Some laughed and walked into enemy fire. Some began reciting forge cant they had never learned. The Crusade fleet answered from orbit. Lance strikes carved molten scars through Karen Theta's upper works. Macro shells hit Manufactoria stacks and threw towers down into the ash sea. Plasma bombardments turned whole forge districts into white craters. For every wound, the Hellforge shifted production, sealed routes, rerouted power, and pushed fresh weapons to the surface through elevators greased with human fat. Voss watched another recovered feed, this one from an Astartes helm camera. The Space Marine moved through a breach with a squad in dark, soot-stained power armor, bolters raised, voices calm beneath the inferno. Advance. Contact left. Purge the machine filth. Their bolters roared in controlled bursts. Heretic thralls burst apart under mass reactive shells, ribs exploding outward, skulls snapping back, bodies reduced to red mist and black robes. A warpsmith construct lunged from steam and took a bolt round through its face. It did not fall until the sergeant drove a power fist through its chest and tore out a knot of cables still clutching a beating heart. The Astartes found the interrogation chamber by following screams. It was circular, lined with iron pylons, electrostaves, brass matrices, and hanging icons of broken faith. In the center, a captured imperial priest hung upright, arms spread, ribs exposed, eyes burned white by current. The machines around him were not designed primarily to damage flesh. Flesh was only the doorway. The apostatic matrix struck at loyalty, certainty, and devotion. It pulsed occult force through nerve, thought, memory, and belief, burning conviction out circuit by circuit. The priest's voice was barely human. The Emperor protects. The matrix flared. His spine arched. Teeth cracked in his mouth. Blood ran from his ears and nose. A heretic adjusted a dial with delicate care. The phrase persists, the heretic observed. Increase inversion pressure. The electrostaves came down again. The priest screamed until the feed distorted. When his voice returned, it was thin, broken, and wrong. He recited a machine prayer backward. Then he named the machine God in reverse and wept because some part of him still knew what had been taken. The Astarte sergeant did not hesitate. "End this," Bolter spoke. The priest died with most of his head gone before the Matrix could reclaim him. The heretic died second, body blown apart, but the machine continued to hum. The feed ended when the chamber walls opened and Harpax poured through. Another feed showed the fleshcraft halls. Genitor heretics laboured there, though labour was too noble a term for what their hands performed. Living ammunition hung in racks, blind heads attached to spinal tubes, mouths sewn shut around detonator glands. Nerve-linked weapon slaves twitched in targeting cradles, each one seeing through the barrel of a gun grafted to his remaining nervous system. Vat-born attack beasts paced inside glass tanks, muscles swollen around metal bones, skin translucent, teeth grown too large for their faces. Failed transhuman hybrids hung from chains, massive torsos stitched with rejected implants, their bodies strong enough to tear men apart, but unstable, cancerous, obedient only while pain collars remained active. Some had been made from prisoners. Others had been cloned from gene stock selected not for strength, but for duration of suffering. Pain stabilized certain binding rituals. Terror improved compliance in lesser demon cages. A body that died too quickly wasted investment. The dark Mechanicum corrected that flaw by breeding organisms that endured. Everything was logged. Every scream had a number. Every wound had a measurement. Every failed creature was not failed if it taught the next rack how to live longer under the knife. At the lowest edge of the recovered picked catalogue, Voss found the chamber of Vorun's private obsession. He did not name it immortality. That word belonged to kings, cowards, and men who feared death. Vorun called it continuity of command. Rows of artificial bodies hung from hooks. Some were crude iron frames. Some were cloned flesh fitted with metal skeletons. Some were porcelain-skinned mockeries of humanity with empty eye sockets and open skulls awaiting mind imprint. Some were monstrous engines with no human form at all, only weapon clusters, furnace hearts, and command thrones built into their chests. In the center of the chamber, Maharkel Vorund stood before a mirror made from black data glass. His body was already a furnace, a cage, a weapon, a priesthood of one. Yet around him spun memory crystals, cortical maps, engram lattices, and Proteus protocol engines designed to copy mind, personality, memory, preference, hate, and will into fresh vessels. The soul was not mentioned because the soul was not recognized as an obstacle he cared to respect. Alesamagos asked, voice trembling through a ruined grill, "Can continuity be achieved without loss?" Vorun's bronze teeth parted. Loss is a theological concern. The copied mind may not be the original. The original is an inefficient superstition bound to meet. And the soul? Vorund looked at the rows of empty bodies. If the soul has value, it will follow. If it does not, the copy is improved. That was the blasphemy deeper than replacement of flesh. The loyal Mechanicus cut away weakness to serve the machine god. Vorund sought to counterfeit existence itself, to make identity another pattern, another export, another thing to be copied, improved, and installed. Above those depths, the imperial assault became continental war. Millions of Astra Militarum soldiers landed across the Forge Moon in waves of steel and flesh. Regiments marched beneath banners already black with ash. Commissars shot men who broke before the enemy reached them. then died beside those who did not. Armoured companies advanced through chemical rivers and mine fields that crawled. Skitari maniples moved through ash storms in killclades, red lenses glowing, rad weapons hissing, arc rifles ready to punish corrupted machinery. Astartes' strike elements struck from drop pods and gunships, cutting into command shrines, reactor nodes, and demon engine pens with the cold fury of transhuman war. Titans descended from coffin barges in orbit, their landers burning through the murk like falling cathedrals. When the god engines stood, their war horns shook the Manufactoria stacks and gave the dying something vast to fear on their own side. Still, Karen Theta did not defend territory as land. It defended itself as a production line. Minefields were alive and moved towards supply columns after the vanguard passed. Walls opened into gun batteries only when medica teams and ammunition bearers took cover beside them. Dead servitors rose as bombs when officers came near to read their identification tags. Captured Vox channels lured battalions toward false extraction routes that ended in furnace trenches, where the floor dropped and screaming men slid into rendering plants. Retreat corridors narrowed by hydraulic action, pressing broken squads into kill chambers where Lascutters descended in grids and reduced them to uniform pieces. One guard colonel ordered withdrawal from a burning refinery district and followed a Vox beacon marked with his own command cipher. His regiment entered a tunnel wide enough for tanks. The doors closed behind them. Ahead, furnace light rose. The floor tilted. Men, vehicles, wounded, banners, artillery tractors, and command staff slid together into the rendering throat. The Vox beacon continued transmitting reassurance until the last scream became steam. Voss ended that feed with a shaking hand. For a long moment, the archive chamber contained only the faint hum of wards and the breathing of armed men. Then the final recovered sound file opened by itself. No one touched the console. Deep beneath Karen Theta, below the demon forges, below the stalker pits, below the fleshcraft halls, below even Voron's chambers of counterfeit immortality, something vast awakened. The Titan vault opened. Chains the size of Hab towers tightened. Reactor hearts answered one another in the dark. Princeps things, no longer fully alive and not permitted to be dead, stirred in command coffins fused to corrupted thrones. Armor plates shifted under centuries of soot and sacrificial grease. Void shields sparked and crawled with faces. Weapon spirits growled in macro barrels. Old Legion heraldry, scraped, defiled, and rewritten, emerged beneath layers of black iron and flayed parchment. The corrupted engines of the traitor Titan legions powered up one by one. Their war horns sounded. They were not horns. They were planet-scale screams, torn from metal throats and hurled through the bones of Karen Theta until every slave, soldier, priest, demon, and machine upon the Hell Forge knew that the gods of iron had awakened. The horizon walked. At first, the guardsmen thought it was a trick of the ash storm, some distortion born from heat shimmer, terror, bad optics, and a sky that had not been clean since the first orbital lance strike. Then the ground began to beat beneath their boots, not shake as ground shook under artillery, but pulse, as if the dead moon had discovered a heart, and that heart was made of iron. A corporal from the Helican line raised his magnoculars with hands that would not stop trembling. Through the grey murk, he saw Manufactoria stacks leaning like trees in a storm. He saw cranes snapping free from their towers. He saw cathedral gantries collapse into forge pits and vanish in blooms of orange fire. He saw silhouettes moving beyond the ruin, tall enough to wear the storm around their shoulders. Then one of the silhouettes fired. The world became white, A company of tanks disappeared. Not destroyed one by one, not knocked out with tracks broken and crews burning inside, but erased inside a blossom of sunfire and pressure. Men standing half a kilometre away were thrown from their feet with blood bursting from noses, mouths, and ears. A Chimera transport flipped onto its roof, its hull ringing like a struck bell before its ammunition cooked off and sprayed burning fragments through the infantry sheltering beside it. The corporal dropped his magnoculars and found that the skin of his hands had blistered where the light had touched them. The horizon walked again. Warlords, reavers, warhounds, chaos knights, defilers scuttling beneath them, mauler fiends and forge fiends straining at chains, brass engines crawling over the ruins, stalker swarms flowing through the ankle shadows, demon machines and god machines advancing together through ash and fire, each step making armoured divisions seem like insects fleeing beneath cathedral doors. A commissar drew his bolt pistol and shouted for the line to hold. A moment later, a Reaver Titan's missed shot struck the manufactorum behind him. The blast did not touch him directly. It did not need to. The pressure wave pulped him inside his greatcoat, burst his eyes, shattered his ribs, and threw his body against a Lehman Russ hard enough to leave a red shape on the armour. The bolt pistol landed still clenched in his broken hand. The line held because there was nowhere left to run. Beside the guardsman, Skitari Killclades advanced without prayer audible to flesh ears. Their voices moved in tight, hardline pulses beneath the screaming voxnet. Red lenses glowed through the ash. Radium weapons hissed. Arc rifles crackled. Haywire charges hung from bandoliers beside data spikes, melter cutters, and sanctified blades. Their alpha carried the name Dax Tertius, not as inheritance of flesh, but as command lineage. The original Dax had died long before the 41st millennium, his body lost to Mars, and his memory cut into doctrine, warning, and machine cant. The clade that bore his protocols did not remember him as a man. They remembered him as function. Dax Tertius watched the horizon walk and received no fear response worth noting. The fear had been surgically reduced. The calculation remained. Under the feet of Titans, infantry did not fight a battle. They survived weather. The dark Mechanicum understood this truth better than any general of unmodified men. A Titan legion did not remain a threat through glory alone. It needed forge rights. It needed plasma heart maintenance. It needed void shield calibration. It needed ammunition, limb reconstruction, manifold surgery, princeps preservation, corrupted moderation, engine appeasement, armor recasting, oath repair, and the endless attentions of priests willing to crawl inside wounds no loyal engine seer could witness without reaching for a flamer. Chaos Titans and fallen knights did not endure 10,000 years of war through hatred alone. Hatred needed workshops. Damnation needed spare parts. Hell forges were those workshops. The dark Mechanicum maintained the god engines of the Long War, not as servants kneeling before traitor princeps and fallen nobles, but as indispensable parasites and patrons. A Chaos Lord could conquer a system, but he could not replace a warlord's burned plasma governor without a forge priest. A traitor Titan legion could break worlds, but only if arch-heretics kept its engines from devouring themselves. Fallen knight households could claim ancient honor, but when their thrones screamed with warp rot and their pilots bled black into the command sockets, they came to places like Karen Theta and paid whatever price was named. That was why the Hell Forge was strategically vital. It made the Long War possible. The greatest of the engines now advancing from the Titan Vault wore the name Crucifix Maledictum. It was not a vehicle. That word was an insult born from ignorance. Crucifix Maledictum was a walking fortress cathedral of black iron, flayed parchment, corroded bronze, and armor plates layered with 10,000 years of impact scars. Its head was shaped like a shrine skull, its eye lenses burning furnace red through the ash. Chains hung from its carapace, each one bearing bells made from melted loyalist helms. Its banners were not cloth, but stretched hides, some human, some Astartes, some taken from things that had never possessed human form. Its void shields flickered around it in layers, and within those blue-black distortions, faces appeared and vanished, screaming silently from the shield field, as if souls had been hammered into the generator coils. Its princeps was fused into the command throne. There was little left of him that could be called a man. His limbs had been removed ages ago. His skull was split and braced open with black metal. His spine ran through the throne like a cable. His lungs hung in glass jars mounted behind him, pumping smoke instead of air. He did not blink because eyelids had no purpose in the manifold. He did not speak because the Titan spoke through him, and something else spoke through the Titan. The Moderati were dead. They still worked. Their corpses sat in their thrones, harnessed upright, skulls cabled to targeting engines, hands locked around control rods by brass clamps. Their jaws moved in stiff rhythm as they recited firing solutions given to them by a machine spirit that had either been replaced, enslaved, or eaten by something vast enough to wear its name. When Crucifix Maledictum walked, the dead crew twitched. When it aimed, their empty eye sockets filled with red light. When it fired, they screamed in binary with lungs that had rotted away centuries before. Mahar Vorund watched from Karan Theta's command depths through 1,000 lenses. His furnace ribcage burned hotter as the loyalist engines approached. "Begin communion assault," he said. Around him, dark tech priests bowed their hooded heads and drove black data spikes into captive machine spirits. Scrap code choirs opened their mouths. Bound savants thrashed in iron cradles. Demon static poured through transmission pylons and entered the war. The Imperial Titans answered the advance with righteous fire. A loyalist warlord of Legio Ignatum strode from the ash, red and black armor scorched but unbowed, volcano cannons rising like judgment. Its war horn sounded a challenge that made guardsmen weep, and Skitari record devotional spike patterns. Apocalypse missile racks opened along its carapace. A reaver beside it lowered its laser blaster and Gatling cannon. Warhounds ranged ahead in hunting pairs, void shields glittering, plasma blast guns glowing like captive dawns. The loyalist warlord fired. A volcano cannon beam struck the traitor line and turned the air to burning glass. The shot passed through a manufactoria district, a demon engine pack, and the lower void shield skin of a corrupted reaver before detonating inside a fuel cathedral. Thousands died without knowing which engine had killed them. Men in sealed bunkers were cooked alive as the walls became ovens. Servitors slaved to ammunition feeds burst when their internal fluids boiled. A regiment advancing 2 streets away lost half its number to the pressure alone, bodies collapsing as organs ruptured behind intact armor. Apocalypse missiles followed, streaking upward, then down through the ash in burning arcs. They struck around Crucifix Maledictum and burst against its shields in enormous blue blooms. Faces inside the void field stretched, tore, and reformed. The warlord kept walking. Every discharge was biblical in consequence. Every missed shot killed thousands. Every shield collapse spawned hurricanes of force that dragged men from trenches and threw them into walls as bags of bone and blood. Radiation warnings became meaningless because too many sources screamed at once. Manufactoria stacks fell like trees, crushing tanks, infantry, servitors, and stalker packs beneath avalanches of iron. But Vorund was not trying first to break armor. He was trying to murder the crews through the sacred bond. Scrap code entered the Loyalist manifold through wounds too small for growth. Auspex to notice. It came hidden in shield harmonics, reflected target returns, captured Binharic distress calls, and false repair prayers. It slipped into Princeps' amniotic links and unfolded inside the communion cradle. It fed phantom pain into engines before the shots landed. It made armor wounds appear where there were none and concealed real breaches behind holy symbols. It turned targeting data into demonic scripture that crawled across the vision of Moderati until they began to bleed from the eyes. Inside the Legio Ignatum warlord, a Moderatus screamed that the engine's left arm had been severed. It had not. The Princeps felt it anyway. The pain came through the manifold as absolute fact. He tasted burned metal. He felt phantom pistons snap. He smelled his own machine spirit dying from a wound that did not exist. He fought the lie, dragged his will against it, and fired again. The second volcano shot went wide by a fraction that meant a kilometer. It struck Imperial armor reserves and turned a whole brigade into a molten trench. "Correction," the Princeps snarled. His second Moderatus did not answer. The man's eyes had melted in their sockets. His mouth moved around lines of black code. Below, the fallen knights charged. They emerged from the right flank in a long hunting arc. Noble houses turned slaughter cults. Heraldry scraped and repainted in blood. Ion shields shimmering with warp-corrupted light. Questoris frames thundered forward with thermal cannons glowing. Cerastus engines bounded through the ash with lances and chain blades. War dogs darted at their heels, fast and vicious, snapping shots into exposed infantry and engine joints. Their pilots spoke across open vox in voices heavy with aristocratic rot. "By throne and chain, I claim the knee. Mark the red engine, hamstring it, leave the Princeps breathing. House Varnak remembers insult. House Varnak eats oath-breakers." They did not duel as loyal knights dueled. There was no honor in their charge, only pack instinct wearing noble language. They surrounded a loyalist Cerastus, struck its ion shield from 3 angles, and fired thermal lances into its hip joint. When it staggered, 2 war dogs cut behind it and crippled the legs. The fallen Questoris moved in with a Reaper chainsword and soared through the cockpit from above. The loyal pilot's death scream burst through the vox, then became laughter as scrap code stole the channel. Dax Tertius led his kill clade beneath that war. Their task was too small to appear on Titan command feeds and too vital to abandon. Stalker nodes and fallen knight wreckage formed a relay lattice beneath the god machine front, allowing Vorun's communion assault to spread from engine to engine. The Skitarii moved through ankle-level apocalypse with haywire charges clamped to their armor and data knives ready. A missed volcano shot vaporized an entire guard company ahead of them. Men became steam. Their shadows remained on the road for several seconds before the blast wind took even that. A collapsing void shield dragged air backward in a screaming implosion. 3 Skitarii were lifted from the ground and sucked into the blue backwash, their bodies stretching, splitting, and vanishing in a spray of red droplets and broken augmetics. A fallen knight's severed foot crashed down nearby, crushing a chimera, 2 squads of infantry, and a squad of dark Skitari into the same flattened red paste. Dax Tertius did not slow. Node ahead, he pulsed through hardline. The node hid inside the wreck of a Chaos Knight's knee assembly, guarded by harpacks and corpse mines. The killclade advanced low through ash and gore. Arc rifles fired in silence. Haywire charges bloomed against black metal. One Skitarius lost both legs to an exoplanar burst and dragged himself forward with his arms, carrying a charge in his teeth until a harpax opened his skull. His death triggered the charge anyway, and the node screamed as its signal spine overloaded. One relay died. The titans above continued killing worlds by the second. Then Vorund released the brass scorpions. They came from beneath the Manufactoria through gates rimmed with skulls and molten brass. Their bodies were low, massive and furious, demon engines shaped for slaughter rather than obedience. Brass armor crawled with heat. Claws gouged trenches into the deck plates. Cannons roared from their bodies. Their tails arched above. Them, weapons glowing with murderlight. They bore the rage of bound demons aligned to blood, violence, and the joy of impact. Pain runes burned across them, but the runes did not calm them. They only kept them pointed roughly toward the enemy. Roughly was enough. The brass scorpions tore through Imperial armor and their own slave screens alike. A line of chained thralls failed to move quickly enough, and the first engine crushed them into red muck without noticing. Its cannon fire struck a baneblade and punched through the super-heavy tank's flank. The ammunition inside detonated, blowing the turret into the air, trailing bodies and flame. Another scorpion leapt onto a Lehman Russ squadron, claws piercing hulls, tail weapon firing point blank through tanks until the crews inside became burned paste. A third struck a fallen knight that had wandered too close, tearing into its armor despite shared allegiance until Heertek pain commands forced it away. The demon engines were powerful because hatred had been made mechanical. They were dangerous because hatred did not recognize logistics. The Imperial opening came when the Legio Ignatum warlord accepted death. Its princeps had lost 2 moderati, 1 weapon arm, and most of his inner shielding. Crucifex Maledictum had advanced through everything fired at it, its void shields weakened but alive, its face-filled field still howling. The loyalist princeps understood that the shields would not fall to clean gunnery before Vorund's scrap code killed his crew and stole his engine. He made the only calculation left. "Reactor breach authorization," he whispered. The surviving Moderatus turned with blood running from empty sockets. "My princeps. For the Emperor. For Mars unbroken. For the engine's soul." The warlord charged. Its stride became agony. Warning runes filled the manifold. Crucifex Maledictum fired into its chest, peeling armor from its torso in continent-sized plates. The loyalist engine kept moving. Apocalypse missiles launched at point-blank range. Its volcano cannon fired one final time as the reactor shielding failed. Then the princeps drove his dying god machine into Crucifex Maledictum and vented the plasma heart through the shield envelope. The void shields of the traitor warlord died in a storm of faces. They burst outward, screaming. The loyalist engine fell burning, its princeps and crew consumed in sacred fire. Crucifex Maledictum staggered, armor cracked, left torso exposed, demon heat pouring from a wound large enough for a boarding assault. The order came at once. Adeptus Astartes, in blackened plate, launched from a stormbird through the burning air, jump packs and grav grapnels flaring. Beside them, Skitari killclades fired ascent lines from the ruins below. Bolters hammered at the wound edges. Arc weapons spat lightning into exposed conduits. The boarding force entered through the rent in the Titan's side and vanished into the cathedral of meat, cables, and demon heat within. Inside Crucifex Maledictum, scale collapsed into horror. The corridors were arteries of black iron. Cables pulsed like veins. Servitors fused to the walls tracked the intruders with melted eyes. The air was wet with heat and thick with old incense, machine oil, and corpse rot. The Astartes advanced in brutal formation, bolters barking, chainswords snarling. Dark maintenance things came at them on spider limbs. The Space Marines broke them apart with disciplined violence. Skitarii moved behind, planting charges and severing data trunks. They found the dead Moderati still working. One turned his corpse head toward them. "Target acquired," it said through a mouthful of dust. A bolter round removed the head. The body kept operating until a Skitarius drove an arc spike through the throne. They reached the Princeps chamber and saw what commanded the Titan. The fused Princeps hung open in the throne, skull spread, spine glowing, furnace light moving beneath skin that should have died ages before. Behind him, within him, around him, something vast pressed against the machine, not fully manifested, not fully contained. It looked through the Princeps with eyes that were not eyes and recognized the borders as tools that had reached the correct chamber at the correct time. The Astartes sergeant raised his power sword. No mercy for the heretic engine. The thing smiled with the Princeps' mouth. Accepted. The charges detonated. Crucifex Maledictum died standing. Its head burst first, then its reactor spine, then the chest, then the legs, as internal explosions raced downward through corrupted systems. The God Engine's war horn sounded one final time, a planet-cracking scream that shook the ash from every ruin within sight. The boarding force vanished inside the fire. The Titan collapsed forward, crushing brass scorpions, stalker hosts, guard dead, fallen knights, and its own support engines beneath a mountain of burning iron. For 3 heartbeats, Imperial Command believed the opening had been won. Then the psychic machine shockwave rolled outward. It did not kill like fire. It unlocked. Across the battlefield, buried vault seals beneath Karen Theta opened in sequence. Doors that had ignored lance strikes parted. Black transit arteries lit with red lumen. Wards failed not because they were broken, but because they had received correct permission from the death of Crucifex Maledictum. The Titan's destruction released a command key hidden inside its bound agony, a final rite written by Vorund for the precise moment the Loyalists thought they had triumphed. Voss, watching from orbit through corrupted feeds and dying signals, understood too late. The route into the deeper vaults was open. A Mechanicus officer beside him whispered, "We have breached them." Voss stared at the burning corpse of the warlord on the feed. "No," he said, "he has admitted us." Deep within Karen Theta, Mahar Kel Vorund listened to the vault doors awaken. His furnace ribcage brightened. "Proceed," he said to no one living. The Hell Forge opened its throat. The route beneath Crucifex Maledictum did not descend like a tunnel cut by sane hands. It opened like a throat. The assault survivors entered through a vault door that had unlocked when the traitor warlord died, and every step carried them farther from the war above and deeper into the logic of the Hell Forge. Behind them, the battlefield still raged across the skin of Karen Theta. Titans fired through ash storms. Brass engines tore apart armor columns. Guard regiments died in trenches that shifted beneath them. Skitarii kill clades burned relay nodes and were harvested by stalkers before their bodies cooled. But below, the sounds of war became distant, then muffled, then rearranged into rhythm. Hammerfall, breath, chain drag, prayer reversed, hammerfall again. Dax Tertius led the descent with his rifle raised and his killclade reduced to a handful of red lens ghosts moving in the dark. The Astartes who had survived the boarding of the warlord walked with them, blackened armor scorched by demon heat, bolters mag-locked, blades drawn. Behind them came Mechanicus adepts carrying melter charges, rad saturation canisters, blessed countercant engines, and hardline spools heavy enough that 2 servitors had already collapsed beneath the weight. Inquisitorial stormtroopers followed in sealed helms, their fear hidden behind discipline, and their discipline hidden behind guns. Above them, Savant Malak Voss watched through fragmentary feeds, transmitted by armoured servo skulls and suit cameras. Every signal filtered through wards, kill switches, and Mechanicus observers who stood ready to burn the consoles if the archive began to speak in a voice not its own. The lower vaults ignored distance. One corridor stretched for 1,000 paces and returned the survivors to a door they had not opened. Another was shorter than a gun barrel, but took 9 minutes to cross. Gravity reversed inside a machine chapel where cog icons hung from the ceiling, floor, and walls, each one dripping oil upward into brass sensors. A stormtrooper floated screaming toward the roof until a Skitarius shot the cable hook through his armor and dragged him down hard enough to crack ribs. In the next chamber, gravity returned with spite. 2 servitors hit the floor and burst, their skulls splitting open, brain matter and nutrient gel spreading beneath the boots of men who did not stop. Metal grew from the walls like fungus, not rust, not crystal, growth. Iron blooms pushed through old plating in layered petals, each edged with tiny teeth. Copper tendrils crawled across pipes and coiled around weapon barrels if allowed to touch them. A tech priest paused to sample one with a probe, and the growth opened, wrapped around the instrument, travelled up the metal shaft, and entered the priest's hand, through the glove seam. He stared down as his fingers stiffened into branching wire. Then his wrist split, black metal sprouting through bone and flesh in wet clicks. "Amputate," Dax Tertius said. The priest raised his other hand to bless the action, and Astartes' blade removed the arm at the elbow. Blood and hydraulic fluid sprayed across the wall. The severed limb twitched, rooted itself into the deck, and began to grow a second hand from the stump before radfire reduced it to black slag. In the chapel beyond, dead soldiers spoke through cogitators. Their voices came from cracked speakers mounted around a brass altar. Some were guardsmen who had died on the surface hours before. Some were Skitari whose cranial codes belonged to Mars 10,000 years gone. One voice used the dry, severe cadence of Magos errant Kael Vordraene, preserved from the ancient archive and dragged through corrupted output. Data is bone, memory is ash. Truth must be extracted. Voss heard it from orbit and went still. "Seal that channel," he ordered. A Mechanicus observer reached for the isolation room. The voice continued before the feed closed. Some doors must remain shut. Then the cogitator bank screamed with 100 throats, and the walls opened. The assassins came without faces. They did not charge. They appeared. One moment, there was smoke, chain shadow, furnace light, and static crawling over the cameras. The next, something tall and smooth stood behind an officer of the stormtroopers. Its head was an eyeless oval of matte metal. Its limbs were too thin, too precise, jointed like surgical instruments designed by a murderer. No heat bloom had marked it until it moved. No Auspex ping had warned them. Its body wore the static like a cloak. A power blade slid through the officer's back and out beneath his sternum. The assassin lifted him from the floor and held him there while his boots kicked and his hands clawed at the weapon punching through his chest. It withdrew the blade with no flourish. The officer fell, armor full of blood, Vox still transmitting a wet gargle. "Contact rear," an Astartes said. Bolters roared. The assassin was no longer there. It entered the wall as if the metal had become smoke. Shells struck the surface and detonated, punching craters into iron, but the thing had vanished into static and reflection. A second appeared among the tech priests. It decapitated one with a power blade so fine the head remained upright for a heartbeat before sliding from the neck. The spinal plug beneath sparked. The body stumbled 3 steps, pumping blood across its own data slate, then collapsed. A third assassin killed an Astartes serf by placing a blade through the throat and cutting upward into the skull, opening the head from jaw to crown in one silent motion. "Golef pattern," one of the Mechanicus adepts hissed. "Thermal and auditory predation. Faceless hunter construct. Blessed Mars preserve us." "Blessed Mars is not present," Dax Tertius said. "Hardline only. Sound discipline. Heat discipline. Kill lanes tight." The squad moved slower after that. Every hiss of steam became threat. Every flicker of static became a blade waiting to be born. The assassins stalked them through the factory dark, killing not the strongest first, but the necessary. Vox operators, Auspex bearers, charge carriers, priests with ward keys. They appeared, cut, vanished, and left bodies cooling in poses of sudden ruin. One tried to take Dax Tertius from above. He detected it not by sight, but by the absence of falling ash where its body displaced air. He pivoted and fired arc discharge into the ceiling. The assassin fell smoking, limbs twitching, faceless head turning toward him with no expression because it possessed no face with which to hate. He stepped forward and drove a data knife into its throat. The construct seized his wrist. Its skin was cold. Through the contact, a signal entered his implants. Not an order, an invitation. He felt, for one impossible instant, an old Martian whisper buried in his clade protocols. The first Dax, wounded beneath Magma City. The corrupted fragments installed to keep him walking. The scrap code that had once murmured in quiet moments. Not memory, not exactly. A fossil of compromise. Dax Tertius overloaded the knife. The assassin's head burst into sparks and black fluid. His hand shook once. He stilled it. Deeper in the vaults, the Maltec Incarna awakened fully. It was not a single machine. It was a principle distributed through the core of Karen Theta, a lattice of warp manipulation rigs, corrupted signal pylons, possession engines, mutable metal growths, and violation shrines built to make the impossible obedient for moments at a time. It corrupted signals before they formed. It possessed circuits while they were still unpowered. It taught metal to mutate. It convinced doors they were mouths, guns they were organs, and gravity that obedience was optional. A melter charge carrier stepped across a threshold and aged into dust inside his armor. His bones collapsed first. His skin followed. The armor remained standing for a second before spilling grey ash from every seal. A servitor began speaking in the voice of a dead Titan princeps. Stride correction. Plasma heart acceptable. God help me. God help me. God help me. Then it burst open, and cables poured from its chest cavity like black intestines, crawling toward the reactor sanctum. Dax Tertius ordered rad saturation. The kill clade flooded the corridor with invisible poison and blessed particulate fire. The crawling cables shriveled. The walls blistered. Hidden things screamed through vents. The Astartes advanced through it unharmed in their sealed plate, bolters cutting down shapes that emerged from the walls half-formed, metal limbs and human mouths and lens clusters screaming without lungs. The attack plan remained intact only because it had been made cruelly simple. Reach the reactor sanctum, plant melter charges along the warp stabilizer pylons, release rad saturation through the coolant arteries, broadcast blessed scrap code countercant through hardline only, deny wireless communion, split only when architecture forced it, trust no voice that did not arrive through pain-verified cable, burn every corpse that spoke. The Hell Forge felt them. It began sealing compartments like a body fighting infection. Doors slammed down behind them. Corridors filled with molten runoff. Ventilation shafts became furnaces. Lift wells dropped into darkness with men still inside them. Bulkheads grew teeth along their seams and chewed through cable lines. A stormtrooper squad was cut off when the floor unfolded beneath them and became a conveyor, dragging them backward toward a rending throat filled with rotating blades. Their vox calls remained disciplined until the blades reached them. Then there was shouting, gunfire, wet impact, and silence. The forge absorbed the dead. It did not waste their screams. The central core waited beyond a gate made from titan ribs. Inside was the reason Karen Theta had allowed them to enter. The chamber was vast enough to hold a city and intimate enough to feel like an operating theatre. Living cogitator stacks rose in towers of chained brains, each brain suspended in fluid and pierced by needles, each one twitching as data passed through it in pulses of agony. Spinal cords hung in coolant tanks, bundled like cable looms, nerve lightning running through them whenever a calculation completed. Failed princeps minds were nailed into brass command altars, their identities shredded but not erased, forced to simulate engine communion without bodies, without titans, without release. Slave choirs lined the walls in tears. Their throats had been replaced by vox horns, their mouths opened together, and every scream became computation. Every death was counted. Every count became instruction. At the chamber center hung the true anima. It was not one body. It was a structure, a nervous system, a god engine without legs, a mind being grown from stolen command and bound malice. Scrap code ran through it like blood. Stolen princeps minds supplied the instinct for scale. Proteus engram engines copied memory and will from thousands of dead and dying subjects into artificial substrates that shattered under the weight and were replaced by the next. Bound warp entities thrashed inside cages arranged around the core. Their hatred bled off through regulator towers. The faith responses of millions of victims, harvested from prayers, curses, executions, interrogations, last stands, and deathbed denials, fed the logic lattice as emotional fuel. Vorund did not want a demon engine. That was too small. He wanted a hell forge that thought, a forge that hated, a world that manufactured war as an act of selfhood. Maharkel Vorund descended from the upper shadows on a web of cables and walking arms, his furnace ribs bright, his bronze teeth wet with black condensation, his many lenses fixed upon the intruders. Around him, the slave choirs lowered their screaming to a hum, as if the core itself wished to hear. Voss appeared only as a voice through a hardline transmission, carried in an armoured reliquary, strapped to a Skitarius's back. With him came fragments of Vordrain's archive, old Mars speaking through new war. Vorund recognized it. Vordrain's bone record, he said, still carried by frightened hands. How reverent, how small. Voss answered from orbit, his voice thin but steady through the interference. Arch-heretic Mar Kel Vorund, by authority of the Holy Ordos and the Omnissiah's faithful servants, this forge is condemned. Condemnation is theatre performed by minds lacking force. You mistake endurance for vindication. I have endured because I removed reverence from inquiry. The Imperium kneels before doors and calls its fear wisdom. You worship locks. I open them. The archive reliquary crackled. Vordrain's preserved voice came through beneath Voss, cold and dry as old iron. Some doors must remain shut. Voron's furnace flared. Because you feared what answered. Because the galaxy is full of things that answer when called. Then call them, bind them, cut them, install them, improve them. Divinity is capacity misunderstood by cowards. Voss leaned closer to his console, though the heretic could not see him. No, that is the lie at your core. You mistake capability for divinity. You think because a thing can be done, it must be sacred. You think because horror can be harnessed, horror has become wisdom. Voron's many hands opened. Wisdom is outcome. Then behold yours. The reactor sabotage began. The Astartes moved first, bolters roaring into slave choir-tears, not to slaughter for its own sake, but to break the computation rhythm. Bodies burst apart in rows. Vox horns shattered. Brain fluid spilled down brass steps. Skitarii kill clades advanced beneath the covering fire, hardline cables trailing behind them like red veins. Melter charges were clamped to warp stabilizer pylons. Rad canisters were forced into coolant arteries and opened. Blessed countercant engines began their work, not through the noosphere, but through physical lines, harsh, ugly, limited, and therefore harder to corrupt. The true anima recoiled, compartments sealed, the floor lifted in sections. Golif assassins emerged from static, blades flashing. One Astartes took a power blade through the knee joint, crushed the assassin's faceless head in his gauntlet, and kept firing from the ground until a second blade opened his throat seal and flooded his helm with blood. A Skitarius planted a melter charge and was dragged into a wall by growing metal tendrils, his legs snapping, his chest splitting, one hand still holding the arming rune until his fingers came off. Dax Tertius reached the second stabilizer pylon. Vorund appeared before him, descending not as a body, but as an interruption in the chamber's logic. Dax lineage, the arch-heretic said. Persistent, damaged, useful. Dax raised his rifle. Obstruction identified. You carry Mars within you, not the priestly lie, the true wound, corrupted fragments in your clade inheritance, scrap code scars, stalker correction traces, survival through contamination. You are evidence against your own masters. Dax fired. Vorun's field caught the shot and dissolved it into sparks. Pain can cease, Vorun said. Obedience can end. Decay can be edited. I offer freedom from command, from replacement, from the lie that loyalty is virtue when it is only installed restraint. Serve the true anima. Become more than a weapon held by frightened priests. Dax's internal systems whispered with old voices. Function without permission. No pain. No decay. No master. For one moment, the corrupted fragments inside him aligned with the invitation. He saw himself without orders, without pain governors, without red robes dictating function, without the endless chain of command that had used his lineage across centuries. He saw the possibility of becoming not free, but unbound. Then he remembered the first lesson cut into the Dax protocols after Magma City. Boundaries are chosen under pressure, or they are not boundaries. Dax ejected his wireless receiver core through a manual pain command. The component tore itself from the base of his skull, taking flesh, cable, and fragments of bone with it. Blood and black fluid ran down his back. "Loyalty is not emotion," he said. He drove the melter charge into the pylon. "It is chosen protocol." The charge armed. Vorund moved to stop him. Anastartes struck the arch-heretic from the side with a thunderhammer wreathed in caged lightning. The blow threw Vorund through a bank of chained brains and scattered burning fluid across the floor. Dax triggered the charge and hurled himself backward. The pylon became a sun. The true anima woke, not fully, not cleanly, enough. Karen Theta spoke. It spoke with the voices of dead titans, their war horns dragged into language. It spoke with slaves whose throats had been replaced by vox brass. It spoke with demons forced into circuits and machine spirits flayed open for command. It spoke with magma cities dead, with failed princeps minds, with servitors rendered into cogitators, with stalkers learning in the dark, with knights screaming through broken thrones, with every furnace that had ever been fed a living body. I am the forge that hates. Across the moon, Manufactoria changed purpose. Defense production stopped. Mass birth began. Demon engines tore themselves free from assembly chains. Forge fiends ripped through incomplete armor bays, weapons still being welded to their bodies. Mauler fiends burst from restraint pits and slaughtered handler crews. Helldrakes broke from ceiling chains and climbed toward launch shafts on wings not yet fully plated. Stalker pits opened. Harpack swarms flooded corridors. Brass scorpions turned from the surface war and began killing anything that was warm, armed, or screaming. Ammunition vats ruptured, spilling living shells that dragged themselves toward guns. The Imperial assault was no longer fighting an army. It was fighting a world-spanning hostile mind. Voss watched the feeds collapse one by one. A stormtrooper camera showed a corridor closing like a jaw. A Skitarius lens showed Dax Tertius dragging a wounded Astartes past burning brain stacks. A servo skull feed showed Vorund rising from the wreckage, half his left side shattered, furnace ribs exposed, still laughing through 3 dead languages. Another feed showed a Manufactorum roof splitting open as a newborn demon engine climbed out and screamed at the Crusade fleet above. Voss closed his eyes for a single breath. When he opened them, he was no longer a savant studying a threat. He was the man who had to decide how many loyal soldiers, surviving prisoners, trapped assault teams, and useful truths would die with it. "Signal the fleet," he said. The command deck around him went still. A naval liaison turned slowly. "My lord?" "Planet-killing escalation. Cyclonic authorization. Lance saturation to follow. No extraction delay beyond current window. Karen Theta is lost." A Mechanicus observer protested in Binharik too fast for human ears, then forced himself into Gothic. "The data within the core is beyond value." Voss looked at him. So was Mars. No one spoke after that. Then the archive reliquary, sealed in the chamber below, activated without command. Vordrain's old voice whispered through the speakers. "Data is bone. Memory is ash. Truth must be extracted." A second voice followed. Vorund, soft, pleased, already elsewhere. Continuity achieved. Voss turned toward the console. A final data packet unfolded across the screen before the wards burned it away. It was not a threat. It was a record of launch. Forge seeds, hundreds of them, thousands, fired from Karen Theta before the Titan Vault opened, before the assault breached the core, before the true anima spoke. Some had entered the warp storm. Some had vanished into broken real space. Some carried schemata. Some carried scrap code. Some carried demon pacts. Some carried Proteus engram fragments. Some carried enough of Voron's logic to begin again, wherever heat, metal, fear, and ambition could be found. The Hellforge had already reproduced. Voss gave the order anyway. Burn it! Deep beneath Karen Theta, Dax Tertius heard the transmission through the last hard line. Extermination authorized. He looked up at the true anima burning above him, at the chained brains boiling in their tanks, at the slave choirs screaming data until their throats split around brass horns, at the arch Heretek rising with laughter in his furnace chest. Then he armed the remaining charges. Function accepted, he said. Karen Theta died under a sky of imperial fire. The Crusade fleet formed above the dead moon in battle order. Its prows turned downward, its cathedrals of command lit by red lumen and the cold glow of extermination runes. Void shields shimmered around the warships like halos around murder saints. Lance batteries aligned. Macro cannon decks loaded shells the size of hab blocks. Plasma bombardment chambers screamed as their containment fields rose past safe thresholds. In the sealed torpedo sanctums, cyclonic warheads were awakened by priests who wept machine oil into sensors and did not ask whether mercy remained possible. Savant Malak Voss gave the command once. No one asked him to repeat it. The first lances struck the upper manufactoria and cut them open from orbit. White columns of light drove through forge spires, demon pens, slave stacks, armor foundries, and weapon vats. Towers that had stood for centuries in the warp shadow became molten lines. Chains the size of void ship anchors snapped and whipped across the surface, carving through entire districts before vanishing into fire. Titan repair cathedrals hanging from the moon's broken poles were struck one after another. Corrupted god engines suspended in their cradles convulsed as the structures around them boiled. Some tried to wake. Some fired blindly into the void. Some screamed through dead princeps' throats as lance fire entered their reactor hearts and turned them into collapsing suns. Then the macro batteries spoke. Shells fell in burning ranks. Each impact punched through armor crust and manufactoria strata, bursting deep inside the moon's industrial body. Forge districts rose and folded inward. Furnace seas spilled through ruptured decks. Demon engine pens split open, releasing chained horrors into corridors that were already becoming lava. Brass scorpions clawed over one another in blind rage, killing slaves, heretics, and their own kind until the bombardment swallowed them. Helldrakes burst from launch shafts with wings aflame and were cut apart by void fighters before they cleared the ash cloud. Mauler fiends dragged their chains through streets of melting iron, screaming at a sky that answered with more fire. The cyclonic torpedoes came last. They entered Karen Theta like judgments too final for language. The dead moon cracked. Not at once, not cleanly. First came fractures across the surface, glowing red through the armor skin of the Hellforge. Then the fractures widened. Continents of industry shifted, lifted, and collapsed into the rupturing mantle. Manufactoria became molten trenches. Rivers of chemical runoff ignited. The atmosphere, what little Karen Theta possessed, and what much of its furnaces had vomited into being, burned black. Ash became fire. Fire became pressure. Pressure became a global scream. Millions died in the first convulsion. Slaves died still chained to work lines. Their bodies vaporized before they understood that labor had ended. Heretics died clutching data cores, their robes burning around augmetic spines. Demons died badly, forced from collapsing cages and torn screaming between materium and warp. Soldiers died in trenches, corridors, landing zones, and extraction bays. Engines died fighting the ground beneath them. Stalkers died in swarms, their networked bodies twitching as the true anima's wounded mind tried to recall them into unity and failed. Cogitator stacks burst, showering boiling brain fluid through sanctums where every calculation had once required agony. Slave choirs screamed until their vox horns melted into their throats and then continued screaming through the metal. In the core, the true anima did not die like a thing with a single heart. It died like an empire of nerves burning from the outside inward. Dax Tertius heard it through the last hardline as he dragged himself across a floor made from brass grating and human teeth. His kill clade was gone. The Astartes who had stood beside him had vanished beneath collapsing command altars. The remaining charges had done their work. Warp stabilizer pylons burned. Rad saturation flooded coolant arteries. Blessed countercant screamed through copper lines until the lines themselves glowed. Around him, the hell forge spasmed, sealing doors, opening doors, reversing, gravity, vomiting cable growth from the walls, attempting to expel the saboteurs as a body expelled poison. The true anima spoke in all its stolen voices. I am the forge that hates. The words shook blood from Dax Tertius's damaged throat grill. He replied through broken vox. Function terminated. Above him, Mahakel Vorund crawled from the wreckage of a reactor altar. Half his furnace ribcage torn open. One side of his bronze face melted into a mass of lenses and teeth. His limbs had been reduced, but not enough. Black arms dragged him forward through burning coolant. Cables trailed behind him like entrails. His body sparked with failing wards. Something inside him laughed with a voice that was not his, and yet had learned to wear him. You confuse body with conclusion, Vorund said. Dax raised his pistol. The weapon clicked empty. Vorund's lenses focused on him with something almost tender in its cruelty. Your lineage was always proof. Mars makes obedience and calls it sanctity. I made hunger and called it honest. Dax Tertius tried to stand. One leg no longer answered. One arm had been cut to the bone and wire. His remaining optics showed Vorund in fragments through fire and static. Loyalty remains. Loyalty is a damaged loop. Loyalty is chosen protocol. The reactor temple collapsed before Vorund answered. A section of the ceiling came down as a continent of burning metal. It crushed the command altar, the chained princeps mines, the spinal coolant choir, the remaining demon cages, and the crawling arch heretic beneath a fall of black iron and white flame. Vorund's body vanished inside it. His furnace ribs burst. His bronze teeth scattered. His lenses went dark. For a moment, there was silence in the core. Then, somewhere in the collapsing data lattice, a fragment of Binharic laughter escaped through a channel no living hand had opened. Dax Tertius heard it. Voss heard it in orbit as a spike across the contaminated feed. The Mechanicus observers heard it and began shouting for isolation rights. No one could confirm what had survived. A scrap of engram, a demon pact fulfilling itself, a forge seed answering its maker, a dead machine spirit imitating triumph, a ghost of logic without a body. In the grim darkness of that age, certainty was a luxury purchased by fools. Karan Theta broke apart beneath the fleet. The crusade did not cheer. There was no victory chant across the command decks, no hymn loud enough to cleanse what they had seen. The ships held formation while the dead moon came apart in burning plates, each one trailing ash, molten metal, and the remains of manufactoria that had made nightmares for the long war. Lance fire continued until nothing large enough to rebuild remained intact. Plasma strikes followed every unexplained heat bloom. Macro shells were fired into debris fields. Fighters hunted fleeing craft and burned them before they could clear the gravity well. Still, recovery teams were deployed. That was the first contamination of victory. The Imperium had destroyed Karen Theta because the Hellforge was too dangerous to exist. Then it sent men into the wreckage to collect what had survived. Boarding teams entered fragments of cooling manufactoria in void-sealed armor, escorted by Skitarii, servo skulls, and inquisitorial stormtroopers, with orders to shoot one another if necessary. They recovered sealed data cores from black iron reliquaries. They took weapon samples from demon-bound artillery, whose barrels still whispered through cracked muzzles. They cut fragments from stalker corpses and placed them in hexagrammic caskets. They harvested corrupted machine plates, scrap code crystals, Proteus engram shards, malformed ammunition, and pieces of dead engines that twitched when touched by Auspex light. Every item was marked for destruction after study. That phrase had damned more worlds than open heresy. Voss watched the first recovery manifest appear on his slate and felt the old sickness of his office settle into his bones. Men feared ignorance. Men feared weakness. Men feared meeting a weapon on the next battlefield and not knowing how it killed. So they preserved fragments of what they hated. They sealed them, catalogued them, prayed over them, hid them beneath wards, and promised that understanding would prevent repetition. Dark tech was patient. A weapon did not need to be fired to corrupt. Sometimes it only needed to be kept. The survivors were not celebrated. The guard regiments withdrawn from the surface were quarantined in sealed holds. Those who displayed machine cant contamination were executed by firing lines and burned without names. Those whose augmetics received unbidden signals were taken apart by Mechanicus chirurgeons, while still alive if speed demanded it. Officers who had heard the true anima speak were interrogated until their memories broke. Men who prayed in their sleep using the wrong words did not wake. Skitarii clades were processed more efficiently. Those with recoverable battle data were opened, copied, and mind-wiped. Those with corrupted implants were dismantled for examination. Dax Tertius was found in the wreckage of the core, still alive, because survival protocols refused to acknowledge the ruin of his body as decisive. He had no ammunition, one functioning optic, and a hand locked around a dead hardline cable. His final spoken record before memory excision was brief. Function complete. Loyalty remains. Do not trust the silence. The adepts copied the words. Then they removed the memory that had spoken them. Tech priests who had seen too deeply into Karen Theta were given harsher mercy. Some were sealed into data vaults as living witnesses, their minds isolated behind locks they could never open. Some were turned into servitors because their knowledge remained useful, but their judgment could no longer be trusted. Some vanished into inquisitorial custody. Some were executed after providing testimony, not because they had failed, but because they had succeeded too close to the truth. The Imperium endured because it had learned to be cruel enough to survive. That did not make it clean. Voss completed the final archive in a chamber where every wall bore a ward against corrupted signal. His eyes were sunken. His voice, when he recorded, was low and stripped of all ornament. The Dark Mechanicum remains vital to the enemy, not because it worships chaos, though many of its lords do, not because it hates the Imperium, though hatred feeds its furnaces. It endures because war requires manufacture. The traitor legions need armor. Chaos knights need thrones repaired and pilots remade. Traitor Titan legions need plasma hearts, void shields, princeps surgery, and weapon rights. Warpsmiths need demon cages. Cult empires need guns. Demon princes need engines that can carry their will into matter. The Long War is fought by warriors, but it is sustained by forges. He looked toward the sealed reliquary, containing what remained of Vordrain's archive. The Dark Mechanicum produces, repairs, binds, innovates. It supplies demon engines, corrupted armor, cybernetic horrors, scrap code plagues, forbidden artillery, machine assassins, flesh weapons, and the industrial means by which treachery continues after every battlefield victory. To destroy one hell forge is to burn one limb from an organism whose roots lie in ambition, ignorance, and need. The circle closed on Mars. Mars had never fully healed. Its wounds were plated over. Its histories were censored. Its purge records were sealed. Its loyal priesthood rebuilt what could be rebuilt and denied what could not be spoken. But beneath every sanctioned forge, beneath every rite of appeasement, beneath every red robe and every incense trail, there remained the shadow of the first question. Why not open the door? Every loyal tech priest who dreamed of forbidden knowledge heard, however faintly, the echo of Moravec. Every sealed vault was a future battlefield. Every prescribed schematic was an argument waiting for a proud mind. The Dark Mechanicum was not alien to the Mechanicus. It was the shadow cast by the Mechanicus's own hunger when that hunger stood too close to the fire. Across the galaxy, other names burned in forbidden indexes. Cyclothraith, where profane automata moved with instincts no cortex controller could bless, and where machine forms were said to hunt their makers for sport before returning to their racks for repair. Retlaxi, whose traditions were whispered beside the old dread of Legio Mortis, where Titan shadows walked behind treaty, treason, and corpse-black heraldry. Sarum, brutal and red-handed, where war engines and close combat monstrosities were born, with an appetite for the press of bodies, and where even machines seemed to prefer killing at arm's reach. Urdesh, divided in blood and sabotage, where forge, craft and betrayal mingled, and where a weapon might be loyal until the moment its trigger was pulled. Zana, second of its name in damned remembrance, where engines were invested with things from beyond, and war machines emerged from forge rites already snarling against their chains. Esteban, bound to void craft and dark manufacture, where shipyards and war foundries learned to clothe treason in hulls that crossed the stars like knives. Some were worlds, some were traditions, some were wounds in imperial record, some were half-truths preserved because even lies require a skeleton. All belonged to the greater pattern. The Dark Mechanicum did not need one capital, one prophet, one master, or one forge moon. It survived wherever knowledge was desired without wisdom, wherever industry was fed without conscience, wherever a locked vault was mistaken for an insult. The forge seeds bloomed. On a forgotten moon beyond a dead pilgrim route, a servitor that had been deactivated for 300 years opened its eyes. Its skull speaker crackled. No one heard the first Binharic syllable because the outpost had been abandoned. The second syllable activated a printer array beneath the floor. The third taught the machine how to draw a black cog. In a drifting space, Hulk lost between systems. A fabrication deck with no crew and no power began to cycle. Its dead reactors pulsed once, then again. Servo arms moved in darkness. They stamped black cog icons onto sheets of metal made from melted bulkhead and bone dust. A corpse wired into the wall smiled without muscles. In an imperial manufactorum on a loyal world, A child worker crawling beneath a jammed ammunition press heard his name spoken through a broken Vox grill. The voice was soft. It promised that the machine could be made to stop hurting him. It promised that the overseer could be corrected. It promised that pain was data and data could become power. The child froze in the dark, grease on his hands, blood under his nails, listening while the press above him began to move, though no command rune had been struck. The dark Mechanicum survived as infection. It survived as industry. It survived as idea. It was not merely chaos tech priests in red robes gone black with soot and blood. It was the union of forbidden science, industrialized cruelty, demonic hunger, machine obsession, and total contempt for limits. It was the belief that every boundary was cowardice, every soul a component, every scream a measurement, every corpse a resource, every machine spirit a thing to be opened, every daemon a power source, every world a factory waiting for correct violation. It was what happened when knowledge was worshipped without wisdom. It was what happened when invention was fed with flesh. Voss sealed the final archive and ordered 3 copies made. Then he ordered 2 copies destroyed. The remaining copy was buried beneath wards, prayer locks, kill codes, and the authority of men who knew that even warning could become temptation. The reliquary sank into darkness. Around it, Mechanicus runes glowed in sequence, sealing memory beneath layers of denial. For a time, there was silence. Then one warning rune failed. A machine spirit somewhere behind the wall began to laugh in Binharik. The last archive entry wrote itself across the sealed screen in letters of red light. The forge is not dead. It is waiting for permission to begin again.